Mr. Hernandez, would you like to lead us in the invocation? We're in session, guys.
Gotta sit down, Joe.
We're in session.
Sorry, Joe. Well, good evening, everybody. If you'll bow your heads with me tonight. Father, we come before you tonight, thanking you for your goodness. I pray that as you lead us and you guide us through this evening's meeting, that you shine your light down upon us, directing our path. That as we go through this meeting, you will give us the wisdom, the knowledge that will surpass all understanding. We place everything in your hands tonight and trust in you. Bless everyone's efforts and time spent to bring resolution to everything that is shared tonight. I pray blessings upon everyone in this room. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Robert. Pledge allegiance. Mr. Ashford, would you lead us, please?
Sure. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, public comments.
Good evening, President Vickers and Board of Directors. We do have one that was submitted online, and then we have someone that's in person that would like to go as well. But the first one comes from a Don M. Stevens, 47 West Cokedale Drive in Pueblo West. Good evening, Board of Directors. First, I want to thank the board and staff for the work that went into the financial sustainability analysis. The report clearly shows the challenge the district will face when the 6A fire sales tax sunsets in 2030. Public safety is one of the most fundamental responsibilities of government, and I agree that pursuing renewal or replacement of the 6A funding should be the first option to maintain fire protection and emergency response for Pueblo West. At the same time, I would encourage the district to continue exploring diversified revenue streams, particularly those that are allowed under Colorado Metro District Authority through user fees and facility use. In other words, we should also look at ways the district can spend strategically to generate revenue and strengthen long-term financial stability. One opportunity is the new aquatic center. Instead of operating solely as a municipal pool with a projected loss, the facility could evolve toward a community athletic club model. Memberships, fitness classes, swim lessons, training programs would generate reoccurring revenue while expanding services for residents. Within that facility, the district could also explore leasing space to complementary businesses. For example, physical therapy providers, sports training programs, or small wellness-related retail vendors could operate within the building. These partnerships generate lease revenue while adding value to the facility for the community. Our parks also present opportunities. Civic Center Park and other district parks could support small permanent vendor locations, such as coffee stands or ice cream shops that pay lease or concession fees. The district could also establish a regular farmers or community market where local vendors rent booth space. This supports small businesses while creating consistent seasonal revenue. In addition, the district could expand facility rentals. Park shelters, pavilions, and community spaces could be rented for birthday parties, reunions, and private events. Pavilion areas could also host local concerts, festivals, or community events that generate rental fees and sponsorship opportunities. Finally, the district could consider sponsorship and naming partnerships, including naming rights for facilities like the Aquatic Center Athletic Complex and sponsorships for events or sports fields. None of these ideas replace the need to address fire funding. Pursuing renewal or replacement of the 6A revenue should remain the priority. But alongside that effort, developing diverse user fee-based revenue streams can help ensure the district remains financially strong while continuing to grow the recreational opportunities that make Pueblo West a great place to live. Thank you for your time and your service to the community, Don M. Stevens. And then we have one in person. Her name is Linda Hightower, 3 Mayweed Court. And she would like to talk about Desert Hawk Management.
I am Linda Hightower. I'm chair of the board for the Pueblo West Chamber of Commerce. I'm also on the board of 2 major golf tournaments that are held at Desert Hawk. One's the 20th annual Red, White, and Blue tournament with the Chamber and the Pueblo West American Legion. The other is the Southern Colorado Women's Challenge, which attracts participants from across the country, including places as far away as Philadelphia and Ohio. So both tournaments generate significant visibility and revenue for Pueblo West. Registration for the Women's Southern Colorado Challenge is an online registration. It fills up with a waiting list within an hour, and that's a full tournament. Typically, save the date notices are for tournament information go out in April. However, without management currently in place, we can't set a budget. We can't do tea gifts, food, tournament entries. We can't put out any of that information. We're on hold until this information comes out. And without management in place, the last 2 meetings have been postponed. We're kind of in a holding pattern and people are questioning us. So I am just asking that a decision be made as soon as possible so that we can move forward with planning and executing these. Thank you.
Thank you. That it?
Yep, no more comments.
All right. So, director's comments. Mr. Axworthy,
No comments at this time.
Mr. Robbins,
I have none at this time.
Mr. Potter,
No comments at this time.
Mr. Pasternak.
No comments.
And I don't have any at this time, so we'll move into the strategic priority 2, fire department funding permanency and indoor pool, fire safety initiative update and a Tabor discussion presented by Brian Caserta, Fire Chief, Matt Lund, Director of Business Administration, Carol Cosby, Director of Parks and Recreation, and Christian Hine, District Manager.
Going front and center?
Good evening, President Vickers, members of the board. Matt Lund, Director of Business Administration.
Brian Caserta, Fire Chief.
Carol Cosby, Director of Parks and Recreation.
So we are before you to have a strategic discussion about the fire safety initiative and the meetings that we've had so far. We did present at the last board meeting some of the plans that we were starting to kick off, and this is a report coming out of that first meeting. And I believe the understanding is Carol is here as well, concerning discussion around whether or not we, the board, finds it strategically sound to pursue multiple funding initiatives within the same ballot cycle. So that's the context for why we're all up here today. We did have a meeting, and I got the date wrong on my sheet here. When did we have that meeting? February 20th? February 20th, the group that we are referring to as the CORE strategic team for the fire safety initiative met, and we went through an agenda, a number of items addressing how we wanted to pursue the options for what we're calling the fire safety initiative. As has been mentioned, the 6A fire sales tax fund sunsets in 2030, the 1% sales tax. And so we are being proactive as a district to consider what the impacts of that might be. So we got together with our team and we discussed deadlines that we wanted to meet for deliverables, started talking about what our outreach would look like, clarified again for the team's purposes where our boundaries are as far as what we can and can't do to make sure that we're compliant with any legal statutes, whether there would be any fundraising, who would handle what parts of that. We did mention before to this board that one of our initiatives is to prepare a master calendar, which is really just going to highlight every opportunity that we might have to present this topic to the public and make sure that we're not overlapping efforts in a way that undercuts any of our messaging and strategy at that higher level. So really, that's the broad level overview. I'll see if anything else jumps out to me from our notes on that meeting, and then we can have an open strategic discussion if that works for everybody present. We discussed being out and amongst the public for presentations. Potentially, we do have a presentation lunch on the calendar in September, I believe it is, that Chief Caserta will be doing. And just opportunities to make sure that the situation is clear to the public. We're not here as a district to tell or recommend anyone how to vote, because we literally cannot do that, but we can present the facts. And so that's what the core mission of this team is: make sure the facts are out there, clear, transparent, that the community has public vision, public visibility into how the existing 6A fire sales tax funds have been used, what they have funded. And we're just getting all of the pieces on the board to make sure we're all on the same page, unified communication, and explaining to our residents what this affords us as a district. There's the intro. Or the conclusion. If we're-
Just,
Could be, I don't know.
is it okay to pick that? Christian Jahan, District Manager. Just consider this topic a little bit in phases of, this is a update from the committee as we're identifying the things that we're doing. Matt did an excellent job of sharing, these are some of the things we're considering and how we're moving forward. The only thing I can remember that we had a discussion on about that was also a survey. I think it was Southwest Metro Fund?
South of Metro.
South Metro, thank you. They did a sales tax initiative. They did a survey early on to get a pulse of the community, any positive or negative, get concerns out there to understand, hey, how is this being talked about? How's it being viewed? And we are going to, I think, replicate that. We're recommending replicate that because it did provide them value with how their messaging targeted. If there were concerns, here's the objective information to help address those concerns, and just understand it and kind of schedule and campaign or strategize around it. And that was the only thing I can remember from that committee meeting. So that's this open discussion on its first phase, just the committee update. There's a portion of it that's also the analysis and the evaluation that requested to bring back to the public conversations to make sure people are aware of why it's important. And it came also from that committee update because what we want to talk about as we move forward is the facts. We want to be objective and recognize that there are some things that we can be very objective on to some folks, how they say it. We don't all have a crystal ball, but based on projections, analysis, data that we do have, we can make some pretty good, find some pretty good key findings that say, hey, these are the likelihood of the scenarios, or here's the reality of the scenario as we see these numbers today. And that's fair and objective too. So that'll be the second phase, talk a little bit about it. And the third phase, as far as the conversation will go, is recognizing that TABOR, the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, we have that coming to sunset that's currently being utilized to fund the pool or the aquatic center, and we brought it up before if we want to run that at the same time as the 6A, or excuse me, the Fire Safety Initiative. And so there's going to be a conversation there to ask the board to discuss and give direction if that is something we still want to do, and we'll provide a little bit more data when we get to that point. But just this first phase of the committee update, if there was anything else that we've missed or wanted to add, or if there's any questions or discussion for the board before we dive into analysis and dive into the TABOR.
Yeah, a couple more things I'll throw on the fire, no pun intended. We did discuss that as far as our own internal communications, to be clear and to be clear with the public, when we say 6A, we are referring to the ballot measure that already passed in 2020 that is currently active. When we say 6A, we are not talking about any future initiative. We're calling this our fire safety initiative when we're talking about future planning. If you hear us say 6A, we're talking about the past initiative. A couple other things quickly. There were 3 questions from the directors at the tail end of the presentation. Last time, President Vickers, you asked us what the 1% sales tax has currently made possible and what losing it might entail, and I do believe that was captured in the report that was shared by Christian. Director Axworthy, you asked to have access and visibility into the master calendar. It's been built, I'm still filling it out, and so once it's worth sharing, I'll make sure.
As far as a
campaign, but we're using it as a tool to capture any time that Carroll has an event in parks, anytime that there's something going on in the public, anytime there's any opportunity for outreach groups. It's going to be a calendar that is going to show everything that could be remotely relevant to any strategy we might employ. So as I continue to build that out, I'll make sure that's in your hands. And Director Pasternak, you asked if we could rearrange what's paid for out of the general fund versus the fire sales tax fund, if we could kind of rearrange how those things were, if I understood your question correctly. Because currently, or I should say not currently, but the enacted 6A fire sales tax was prescriptive about what those funds could be used for. It was the construction of fire station. It was additional staffing, equipment required to provide the services, and I think there was a 4th bullet point on there as well. And was that your question about could we maybe move the employment side back to the general fund?
Yeah.
And kind of, yeah. So as written, 6A, again, past measure that's currently in effect, has those prescriptive measures. And I think also in Christian's analysis, we did look at if we did kind of move the Lego blocks around, even if you moved the employment, the firefighters themselves, purely over to the general fund, it's such a large percentage of the fire department's operational balance that you can't squeeze it all in and then try and find areas to cut where we might survive without other funding. So it's not really that feasible, is what I think your analysis found. So
The short answer is that the fire department general fund and 6A side, the fire sales tax fund, is predominantly personnel. Taking even the 2.4 million on the fire sales tax still creates that same deficit and issue on the general fund side. So you'd have to make a lot of different, there'd have to be a way to offload that into something else, and right now there's no tool for that.
So I just wanna clarify, we wanna do a survey, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the other thing is we're not asking to increase the sales tax.
Correct.
We're just asking it to be permanent. Correct. Now, everyone I've talked to, when I come and encounter with people, they love the public safety perspective of that sales tax. Because they feel guaranteed, rest assured, that when we call, they're gonna be there. And it's not because of a dollar amount. It's because it's funded. And so, I just wanna clarify for the public that there'd be no additional tax. As far as the sales tax, it's just gonna remain the same, we're just asking it to make it permanent, and I think the survey is a good idea.
No, I think you captured a lot of the data in the report that you guys submitted, and put in the board packet. It's something we've known about for quite some time. Yeah, I think the numbers were a little increased here to quantify, inflation and, some other things as we grow. So, yeah, it's all been known to us. It's just a matter of trying to get it across that we need this sales tax. Pueblo West is 5.9% sales tax rate. That's with the 1%. If we're just looking to maintain that, it's still much less than City of Pueblo, which is at 7.6%. So I think, to me, it's a no-brainer to keep it, but I'm not the one that votes for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, it just shows that it's not sustainable without the sales tax.
Yeah.
No matter whether there's a pool or no pool, we're gonna run out of money. So, that's really the bottom line. So I think it's, I think it's a good idea. We get a lot of people from out of town, especially during the summer, that contribute to the sales tax. That could possibly benefit from the safety end of the fire safety, the state park. But still, there's a lot of people that don't live here that contribute to the tax, which I think helps quite a bit. So yeah, I think, hindsight's 20/20, but you should have never put employees on a temporary, sales tax funding mechanism, but we're there. So, we need to move forward with this, and hopefully the public will see that that's a critical issue and continue on. Anything else?
So what other direction are you looking for?
I was gonna really touch base just on the documents in that report, public's awareness, board's awareness, just a couple things to either give you as reference or just ask if you would like us to consider in moving forward. And then the only direction at the end would be, how do we consider Tabor at 2026 year? To cover the report real quick, I will not read it in its entirety. I think it's about 16 pages. It was a further breakdown of analysis, much more refined. The two things that Vice President Axworthy identified that were different from the analysis we did earlier, and I don't mean to make this sound crass, but I think I was a little more optimistic on my first analysis approach, because two things I didn't observe or didn't put in that one when we had the previous conversation, the sales tax is typically not as predictable. It can sway year to year depending on the economy, but it's generally an average of 2%, and that means it would lag behind potential expenses. So that was one thing I found as I was researching it, that just slightly variation towards it, not short term, not long term. But the other one was, when we did the analysis before, we didn't talk about long-term capital impacts. It wasn't until this past year we started looking at our long-term capital outlay, as we would like to set aside 10% of the general fund revenue to try and go into the capital project fund, so that way we are being proactive about capital infrastructure and investment towards it. That's what inflated the cost spike towards the $3.5 to $4 million when you consider both the fire sales tax disappearing and sunsetting and the pool projected costs. And those are variables based on the data we have today. But the additional information and evaluation or analysis, I think President Vickers highlighted, is that what happens, what are we really understanding might be the impacts if it sunsets. And this report does evaluate that, not just from hey, what's the financial aspect, is what is the service impact. And the big ones are strategic consequences are massive fire reductions potential. You could end up eliminating the 20 positions currently funded by the 6A fire sales tax, reducing the firefighting force by 46%. Likely necessitating the fire station number 2 closure, preventing us from meeting our emergency response goals and times, especially in that section of the district. We could see elimination of secondary services such as the Parks and Rec Department, and we could see ourselves losing administrative and operational collapse depending on future board decisions based on that. Because I think one of the things that we did talk about previously is, are there other options? Are we at risk of closing Fire Station 2 if 6A sunsets and nothing replaces it? And so we evaluated the likelihood of those scenarios. You can take the entire Parks Department budget, which Carol is very hopefully proud of, and that doesn't even make up the gap by itself. You could take all of administration and operational support, including my position, deputy positions, finance, HR, business administration, or maintenance project development, and that doesn't make up the deficit. Technically, I think if you combine those two things, you could, but that would essentially leave the district without all those services, its recreational services and its management oversight from all those aspects. Ultimately, at this point, to President Vickers, is like the pool is not making the difference of that. That's something we likely can absorb based on our expectations, but this fire sales tax sunsetting has a large impact, and it's probably the largest impact I've seen with the district as the potential for it. The last few things that, just for the board's reference awareness, that are included in that packet and memo. One is a core message strategy, trying to make sure that we're all using the same talking points so that way we remain objective, don't violate any unfair campaign practices during it. So there's there to just review, peruse as far as how we talk about this to make sure we maintain objectivity as we discuss it. Our timeline of when that becomes really in effect is whenever we reference the ballot. That's when we really have to make sure we divest ourselves of anything that could be construed as violating those practices. There's a frequently asked questions just to give a, hey, these are the important things that we expect the community to ask. Here's some actual answers towards those so people understand. The last one, throwing it out there as a potential but not required, is we could make a resolution stating the actual impact, meaning that we have done and observed, here's our analysis of the overall issue, here's the data we have, and here's the evaluation of that, and formalize that in a resolution that the board could motion and approve if the board approved it. That could go into records showing that this is why we're talking about it. It could then become an official document, and whether in the future it needs to be reviewed or revisited, it could be something useful for future boards in case it does not pass. And also just add legitimacy towards those considering why it's important. So that's part of the phase 2 of this conversation, just the analysis and the additional information. I'll stand by for any questions or if there's questions about the data.
So are we looking at trying to get this on this November's ballot?
Yes.
Okay, so that's I think that's a good strategy, is to start early instead of waiting until 2029 or
Right.
8. So, and then the other issue is the Tabor funding for the pool facility. That expires the end of this year, is that correct?
Yes.
So whether or not we want to include, and that is just a Tabor, would be just a Tabor timeout extension, no additional fees on that.
As I understood it from our conversations, the idea was to make that a permanent debrucing or an extension. It could be another 10-year, for instance, but the potential for it be as it is existing, not increasing any taxes, not changing that, but essentially keeping the excess of the property tax in Tabor either for a set period of time or permanently.
Okay.
Oftentimes for those folks who know, it's called debrucing just because of a person who
Right.
kind of pioneered it.
So we're talking about either running those simultaneously or not.
That would be the ask of the board tonight, is discuss, would you like to do that at the same time or not? We did look and evaluate. Our best understanding is that once a ballot has more than 3 initiatives on it, regardless of who it is, that's when you start seeing voter fatigue. That's when you start seeing people say, hey, I'm getting to number 3 and I'm just starting to hit no. If there is that, if people experience it. These are just 2 ballots we're talking about, and the only thing we have to keep mindful of is we don't control whether county or city or anybody else might put something on there that might impact what the ultimate Pueblo West resident, obviously not the city, but
Do we have any,
at this time,
has anybody said anything like
at this time I
bond
haven't heard
issues?
anything. My worry right now with the county is that could be coming at some point in the next few months. and I'm not sure and just haven't heard.
Mhm.
But standalone, it doesn't sound like the two would be,
Mhm.
but the question is, we won't probably know until after we've started making those, we potentially won't know until after we start
Mhm.
making those decisions.
Well, I think the advantage is that they're pretty straightforward initiatives, you know, really no new tax, no increase in taxes, really, it's just extending what is already happening. So, I don't know, what do you guys think?
I think we should move forward with both of them. They're pretty straightforward. The other thing with Pueblo County having a 10.2 plus deficit and Denver having a $250 million deficit, there's been information being pushed out there that they're trying to capture the Tabor funds to help buffer the deficit. And if we don't acquire those funds with a vote, okay, then they may be successful doing that. But that's gonna impact our community. Those Tabor funds stay within our community if we vote on it and we maintain that. If we don't, they can capture those funds and they can disperse it wherever they want to and how they wanna use it. So, just keep that in mind. The big picture is this district is not in the red. We're financially sound. And we wanna move into the future being financially sound. But we're not asking for anything other than what we have acquired already from previous legislation. We're just asking for them to be made permanent. And then that way, your Tabor funds stay in the Metro District, and they're able to utilize them with the Parks and Recs and the aquatics, because we want to add a little bit of new wording in there, correct?
For the parks one? There was conversation about it being available for all parks and recreation with potentially a prioritization list, pool, potentially, then other park and
Right.
recreational. That could be something the board discusses too. And we won't ask tonight, but as we present language for it, we'll probably get feedback.
And that's the only two initiatives we're pushing.
Mr. Potter?
I just want to say, I thank you guys for working on this and putting this out. And we get a lot of heat for not being transparent, but this is pretty good. I really liked what you guys present here. I appreciate your hard work in going into this. I would like the public to realize, you know, things cost money to operate as we develop and bring new things to the community. We're not asking for again, go off this, we're not asking for anything new. We're just asking you to extend what we already have to facilitate what we're being asked to facilitate. And go forward with the two initiatives, in my opinion. And again, I really appreciate this. This is very good information, and however the public wants to use it, they have the information necessary to utilize to make those decisions. Again, I wasn't there when it was all voted on, but why you wouldn't have made it permanent sales 1% tax when you're increasing your infrastructure? Why didn't they make it permanent to begin with? I don't know, but I wasn't here for that. But again, these are the numbers. This is what it is. And again, I go back to things cost money to operate when you're asking for new facilities and new infrastructure. And again, thank you. Really good.
Mr. Pasternak?
Are we able to prioritize the issues that show up on the ballot?
Yes, my understanding is you can. You say which one you want first. We can't, and Matt brought up a good point of it, why we strayed away from 6A. We can't control which number or numeric it gets at that point, which is why we call it the fire safety initiative. So whatever it ends up on, we can say our first one we're referencing is the fire, the second one might be the Tabor, so it shows up in that order.
But we won't be able to control where those two land on
Whether
the
it's
ballot itself.
1A,
Itself,
1B.
yeah.
We can control the order of the ones we submit, is my understanding, but
Okay.
We might be at the bottom, we might be at the top. And we've been working with a consultant who's been helping us. And there are messaging strategies to alleviate challenges there, but it's out of our control.
Okay. Carol, did you have anything?
No,
Or, okay,
not at this time.
sorry, okay. Just a question. So we're considering doing the Tabor as, permanent? Not another 10 years?
Well, that's the direction that you need to talk about, whether you wanna do 10 years or you wanna do, permanent.
You do have it on the agenda tonight, if you would like to talk about it in this section. If you'd like to make it, if you'd like us to come back with anything, you can too.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, we don't have to make a decision.
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I have to think about that more. I don't know where I'm at on the Tabor one. But I think as far as priority, I would put the fire sales tax over top of the Tabor. That I know for sure. Otherwise, I'm not sure on the Tabor.
Understood?
Because if you make it permanent, that's in perpetuity, that's forever, right? There's no, unless it has to come to a vote of the people to reverse it.
Essentially, yeah.
Come back to the vote.
The other small benefit, if we were to go permanent with Tabor, is that we would not have to come back to a ballot in the future. So that's another, what is it, 80K that we're saving 10 years down the road, potentially in doing another ballot initiative.
Yeah.
Does that offset how appealing it is to the voter? That's up in the air, but that is a small benefit looking down the road.
Yeah.
So the Tabor timeout has proved to be somewhat fruitful for us. That money, in conjunction with the cost savings that we've had in other projects, is allowing the pool to be constructed. So it's accomplishing the mission that it's set out for. I'd say in regards to it sounds like everybody's up for another Tabor timeout. My opinion would be that it has to be very project focused. You can't just leave it open to Parks and Rec. It has to be for a designated purpose to keep us accountable. Whether that be rec centers on the same plot of land as the pool, so that we service more of the community's wants and needs, indoor basketball courts, tennis courts, etc.
Family sports complex, something like that.
Or if you attach to somehow, we talked about having a kiddie pool to replace the current outdoor pool and still enclose it. It could be focused towards that, but I think it really needs to be focused to accomplish a specific mission. Otherwise, things get lost in the shuffle.
Yeah, that's good.
That's a good point.
So I don't mind renewing it. I still think it should be temporary, never permanent in terms of Tabor goes. But if it's gonna be used for a good purpose for the community, for its growth, then I'm all for it, on a temporary basis.
That's fair. That gives us
You guys
another,
have any
say,
questions or
10
anything?
years to, if you make it project focused, then then you have a deadline to get it done too, as opposed to just in perpetuity and just Parks and Rec, so.
Yeah, you can even align it with the 5-year strategic plan.
There's a higher level of accountability behind it.
Is it okay to point of order for that?
Pardon me?
Is it okay to point of order for that?
Sure, you bet.
The only thing no, absolutely. The only concern to the point it has been fruitful, I recognize the perception of Tabor has been one of like, why has it taken so long? And just seeing it as a investment into a long-term, high-level or high-cost capital project, there's just that challenge of you may approve it, but it'll be 8 years before you see it get enough to actually make it happen. So the idea of it doing like small things or being able to do it over time, I think is very valuable. Just recognizing that perception we experienced over the past 10 years.
That's true. But they are actually getting a pool.
Yes,
Yeah,
like it worked.
It's actually happening.
But even the fire, if it's okay to say, the fire station 2 took several years to get the funds to be able to do it, and there was still a concern of like, where is that money going? Just because it takes time to collect it and be able to use it. So being able to do it for projects that can ideally help show, hey, this is how it's being used, I think will produce that value looking for, and just recognizing, seeing it for long-term, high-cost projects, that's where you get the perception challenge.
And market it, with the whole temperature dial. It's gonna cost this much, we're about yay.
Yeah.
you know? Just keeping the community, informed about where we're at and how it's going. And the other hard thing about Tabor is that it's not guaranteed money at the end of the year, right? So it's gonna fluctuate. There might be years where there's none, there might be years where there's plentiful. So it's a hard thing to gauge, but, to Greg's point, it's in reinvesting your money back into the community.
Yeah, it might be a better sell if it's still temporary with the sunset. What's our, don't we have some timelines to fulfill to get this on the ballot by November?
Yeah, I think we just got revised timelines from Dietz and Davis. I think Carolyn sent them over.
Yep.
And so we'll share that, and we'll include it in a future update. And we recognize we're ideally, and just to share, we have been leaning forward on this. We actually are ahead of requirements, but the reason we're ahead of requirements is because we want to make sure there's education and information out there. So we'll share that in the next update. And I do think that it's a very positive thing to look at the situation we're seeing in the future, trying to address it proactively rather than being in an alternative situation where a worst case scenario, if we do see that coming up in 2029, as you mentioned, that would have been a much harder, I think, pill to swallow, especially if we weren't realizing until budget season, like, where'd our fire sales tax come? So I do have a lot of appreciation for the staff working on the analysis and their staff and boards for getting us to a point that we recognize the issue and are trying to address it proactively.
So that brings up public service announcement. This is a good topic for the 24th community roundtable.
Yeah, that's true.
People show up, community can show up and ask questions and hopefully get some in-person answers. So please, show up. Back to our sponsor. What's next?
Shameless plug. Great.
Are we good with that?
I think we're good.
Okay, moving on to the strategic priority, I believe, number 8.
Do we want to put that as an action item for the next board?
For the Tabor?
Tabor and the fire sales?
I think we'll prepare the ballot language. I don't know if we'll have the exact ballot language ready by then. What I can do for the next action item is doing something so that the board can make a motion on how they want that Tabor crafted. I think it'd be the fire sales tax as well. We could prep both of those, but I don't know if we'll have the exact ballot language by the next one. But that would at least give us the guidance so that we're prepping exactly what is desired at the time we need to make sure they're set.
We have time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Strategic priority 8, fostering public trust. Mr. Matt Lund.
It's me again. Matt Lund, Director of Business Administration. This evening we are discussing the topic of communications and social media policy and recent decisions that were made by staff and leadership about how we're currently handling our social media comments, specifically on the Facebook platform. So, this is an opportunity to lay this all out before the public. This is still actively being worked on, and we're within our organizational deadlines for the dates that we've set to make decisions and have policies finally reviewed and everything like that. So, to bring this context forward, a little bit of history here. This went into effect, this comment pause, 90-day comment pause on our Facebook platform on January 22nd. Meetings about this topic were held initially as far back as October 22nd of last year. On October 22nd, we had a 1-hour meeting with relevant staff on community relations, myself, district clerk, district manager, and deputies as well. And at the time, we were addressing the temperature, let's say, of our public commenting space. And we had a very long, large, and robust conversation such that we immediately scheduled a second 1-hour meeting for October 23rd. And I could have sworn we had a third one the day after, but my calendar does not support that. But it felt like we had 3. At the time, we had a good rainbow of opinions on how we wanted to handle social media and commenting going forward. The challenges we were addressing at that time were there were numerous public call-outs of staff by name. We also had numerous public call-outs of members of the board of directors by name at that time, which at this time it wasn't even this board. And we gathered together to discuss what we wanted that space to be used for and how we wanted to moderate and facilitate it. Knowing that, and I'm not a lawyer, there's my disclaimer there. Carl's gonna back me up at any time I need, I hope. that we cannot pick and choose what comments we allow. We cannot pick and choose based on the content of the message unless it's an egregious violation of some sort of like threat, you know, where we're talking like police action would get involved, something to that level. We simply cannot, as a public entity, do that. We're not a private entity. If we were a brand selling tissue paper, we could do whatever we want with our comments,
Right.
but we can't. So ultimately, the initial
Either all or
research,
nothing.
yeah, the initial research we did, and in communication with legal counsel, was any policy that we adopt, any decision that we make about public commenting or our social media platforms needs to remain content neutral, meaning the decision is not based on what the content says. That leaves the door open for us to allow all comments, no comments, because that's not about what the comment is, and that is how we're able to do that, in addition to the fact that our social media platforms are not the official communication platform of the district. That is our website and our transparency center, and we have an addendum somewhere on there that verifies all that, makes it kosher. So, October, we're in these meetings. I am one of the loudest voices for keeping the comments active because I felt, and some others in the room felt, that, you know what, if people need to vent, if they want to make sure that their voice feels heard, this is an opportunity for them to do that. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we're public servants, and our job is to continue to do the good work that we do, no matter what's said about us. That was my very hard stance. I was the loudest voice for it. There were other voices that said, can we just delete Facebook entirely? And we considered that too. Not actually, but it was discussed. We do not have to have a Facebook, is the point there. We are not required to have any social media platforms whatsoever. They are a courtesy we offer to the public because they serve our organizational goals. And the organizational goal of social media is for us to deliver information to the public and create a well-informed citizenry, is I believe the phrase we like to use around here. So those meetings happened, and ultimately, coming out of those initial meetings, we decided let's try and just be very neutral, fact-based when we see comments that are, here's what we were observing. There were comments that were hijacking the purpose of a post. We might say like, come out to this event, and the comments would start to become about something else entirely. They were being used as a platform for other voices and agendas. And that was diluting our messaging. That was a concern. We had a concern about, again, as I mentioned, the attacks on staff, the attacks on board members, but ultimately, again, came out of that saying we're public servants. What we decided out of those first meetings was let's try and very neutrally correct what we know is misinformation, and we'll just make a correction and we'll pin the post. Some people didn't like that. And so this continued. And one of my directives as Director of Business Administration and down through the community relations leg is that one of our success metrics, in my opinion, is when I see the public talking amongst themselves and saying, oh, no, actually it's this. I heard this at this board meeting, or I saw this somewhere else. When I see them engage with each other, that to me says we're doing our job because the information is reaching the public and it's circulating. So I thought that was great. I was encouraging that. It did at a certain point devolve into more attacks, but this time it wasn't on us and it wasn't on you guys. It was members of the public attacking each other. And that's what brought it back up into discussion with our executive management group and other relevant individuals. So I've got dates here somewhere. We had a subsequent meeting on January 8th. And coming out of that meeting, seeing an increasingly volatile temperature, we as a team decided, let's do a pause. Let's go back to our social media policy. Let's see what it says, what we can enforce, what we can't enforce. Let's make sure that's compliant with any legal guidelines. And that decision was made at that time. It took us a little while to get our messaging crafted. And on January 22nd was the date that we posted the explanation video, the shorter version of everything I just did, which was done by Christian. That went out to the public. We stopped accepting public comments on posts and streams at that time, and that's where we're at currently. Following that, a week later, I put out an additional video where I shared a little behind the scenes of what the social media policy looks like. And one of the problems with our existing communications technology policy is it tells us to enforce things that we legally can't. It tells us that we can remove posts for being off topic. We can't do that. It tells us we can remove posts for, being mean. We can't do that. So it's not an accurate document, and it needs to be redone. And there is a lot in there that my take on it is, from this document, we have two elements at work. We have enforceable policy and we have community guidelines. Enforceable policy is what we can actually do that we'll be constructing. Community guidelines is, this is how we hope you'll treat each other, but we can't enforce it. But at least we can say, here it is. This is what we hope, and hold each other accountable to it if you dare out there. We wanted to make it very clear to the public all of the other myriad ways they have to address the district. And you've seen some of them here tonight. We have in-person public comments at board meetings. We have online submitted comments that may be read out loud to the full public at public meetings. We have a public com@pueblowestmetro.us email where that goes straight to our community relations manager. We can answer your questions there. We can accept direct messages on Facebook. You can come into the offices, call us, schedule time. The majority of the staff in the district are very open to our policy. We just want to know when you're coming. We'll make sure we're there. So we established that. Christian established that. I reiterated it the week following. And then we wanted to analyze the response we got back. So I say all of that to say this. I was asked to prepare some information about our data collection in this time so far. Did we notice anything correlative during this process? Has this impacted staff time or morale, and in what ways? And then also to reiterate and make clear that as far as we know, with all the information we have available to us and from legal counsel, there is not a single thing we have done that is in violation of anybody's First Amendment rights or any legal statute.
Correct.
So, data collection. Since January 22nd, we've had 7 direct messages on Facebook. One of them had anything to do with these comments being paused. One of them was a mistake. They said, sorry, I hit enter, didn't mean to. The other 5 were about questions that we just answered. They were about water, they were about fire, they were about whatever. We have had some submissions over direct emails and some phone calls directly to our community relations manager. And the only direct feedback we've had on this comment pause in this entire time, 3 that I'm aware of. 1, a resident was quite insistent that we are censoring the public and violating their First Amendment rights. 1 resident saying that we should not be in the business of responding to or cultivating a community culture. We should not be concerning ourselves with the community guidelines. We should just be as neutral as a government and just let people run wild, because that's not our job to cultivate community. I personally aspire to better than that, but they're not wrong. As a government and the functions that we are dictated to procure, it's not really, we're not in the business of moderating a public space, and people can be however they choose to be. And 1 comment asking if they could at least just comment live on the board streamed meetings themselves. They said, I don't care about the posts, but I really want to be able to engage in the public chat while these meetings are live, on Facebook. That's it. That is, and I say that to say that we had multiple calls to action asking for people on their feedback for this pause. And I will say this, and this is your opportunity, public, to disagree or correct me or speak up. It doesn't seem like many people cared that they lost the comments at all. It kind of seems like they were commenting because it was there. And without it there, maybe they found more time in their lives. I don't know. We can't speculate. But there's been very, very minimal response. As far as the data collection, did this impact our views? Did this impact our engagement on Facebook? It absolutely did, and we expected that. We have had the windows that Facebook gave me, I pulled this today, from January 12th to February 8th is what we're comparing to. And from February 8th to today, we've gone down 15% in post views. We've gone down 26.2% in interactions. Not surprising. Let me see if I have anything else I want to add before I open it up. I hope this is thorough enough for everyone. I wrote, I'm not a lawyer, said that. That's it. We are approaching the time where we'll be at the end of this 90-day period, and then we will be making a decision on how we want to proceed. Whether we're going to turn the comments back on and continue to try and fact check and pin and just do the neutral thing, whether we're going to turn them back on and let it be the wild, wild west, whether we are going to continue not having them on. Oh no, I do have more. That's right. Because we were asked, has this impacted staff time or morale, and in what ways? there was one other meeting that was held where I gathered together all of the Facebook page managers across the district. We have 4 pages. The main Facebook page, fire department Facebook page, water department Facebook page, and the parks department Facebook page. And protecting the identities of the individuals who shared these comments with me, I did want to read these to you if that's all right. The social media commenting pause has significantly lifted my spirits and reduced my stress levels. Prior to the pause, I found myself constantly worried about not the content we were posting, but the reactions and tangential comments that often accused PWMD of wrongdoing or malpractice. We all care deeply about serving our community in a transparent and professional manner. It can be discouraging and emotionally draining when posts result in personal attacks, harsh criticism, or repeated questioning of our integrity and intentions. This individual said they were initially opposed to the pause as well because they strongly believe hearing the voice of the community is a critical part of public service. However, changing the manner in which that voice is delivered has had a very positive impact on my morale. We continue to provide channels, yes. This is one individual, there's more. The pause has reduced the ability for consistently negative or accusatory comments to become public attacks directed at staff or community members. This shift has made a meaningful difference in my overall stress level and organizational well-being. That was the first. The second, and this was in a chat amongst these individuals, I would agree that I have had a much healthier relationship and mindset with what we are posting on social media since the pause started. Before the pause, it was constantly holding my breath to see what people were going to comment on and react to, and it was really difficult anticipating personal attacks on coworkers. I do think it is hard with the limitations of Facebook to effectively turn off all commenting without sacrificing things like being able to post events and such. However, I do think if we open commenting back up, it is going to go right back to how it was. A third individual, I agree, and I'll add that disabling the public comment feature on Facebook has had a positive impact on my communications environment. Previously, comment threads frequently diverted our messaging off topic, enabled personal attacks between followers, and allowed the spread of misinformation that was difficult to correct in real time. Removing this option has reduced conflict on our pages and allowed our messaging to remain clear, accurate, and focused. As a result, residents who use our Facebook channels for general district information are now able to receive that information in a more constructive and neutral setting. Our final testimonial. I agree with everyone else. It was always torturous to try and see what I wrote from the eyes of a troll and what they might say about that'll identify this person. Give me a second. I feel lighter and less stressed. I just try to get my message out and hope the good ones listen. Now I'm done.
Those are employees?
Yes, those are employees that actively interact with the social media platforms.
So if 90 days were up right now, what would you guys do?
I would come to the board and I would ask for direction, genuinely, because, but you want to know what I would do is
No,
maybe
just
why you're asking.
like, I mean, you have meetings and stuff, so you guys decided to turn it off initially in the first place, so after your 90-day period, my question is, if it were today, what would the decision be by the same people that decided to turn it off?
I think we're going to have that internal meeting after tonight to get the pulse of that, honestly, because we haven't met that entire group of originally that decided to make that pause. Maybe Christian's going to jump in and tell me what he's going to do.
I think at the end of the day, that as a true policy, what Matt's referencing to would be a board decision on whether we keep it on or off. We have not yet met to discuss what we are going to recommend or say as far as options. Here's what we consider, highlighted it as Matt discussed. Here would be our recommendation. I imagine that based on those comments, based on some of the things we're seeing, there's a preference towards either keeping it completely content neutral, not involved, but keeping comments on, or more likely saying, hey, comments off, it's giving information, it's doing what we're trying to do, which is create an informed community. Those are what I see as the likely two recommendations.
And regardless, there will be a policy document coming out of this, and that will require board action in the end. So we are looking, in a way, for your thoughts and feelings on the data that I've shared so far. That's everything I've got. So you have it, you know everything I know at this point, and your direction will help us work through that document, and we'll bring it back to you either way.
So would you say that there was more arguing between the people in the discussion than just the facts as they were posted?
On the Facebook pages themselves, I think towards the end of it, and we're right before we started that pause, we saw either vitriol of just anger towards specific issues that may or may not correlate to that post at all, or we saw back and forth between residents who would then get to the name calling, get to the level of vitriol between each other. That was the more common of what we started seeing. There were still posts that went with no comments, sometimes likes or other interactions, but that's probably the cases we started seeing.
And I do want to make clear as well, this is not a single person situation. If people think that we had these meetings and identified a single individual, for me, what raised it to my level of concern was, frankly, that I was seeing multiple people get into the mudslinging at the same time. And, you know, who attacked first, whatever. You know, is that a space we want to facilitate became the question.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah, the keyboard warriors tend to be more harmful and less understanding. So as we were on the pause, or have been on the pause, I've been trying to look at other Facebook pages relevant to Pueblo West to see if our posts have been copied and moved over to see if they can generate their own discussion. I haven't seen a whole lot of that. I think I saw a few, but not a whole lot. So that backs up your position there. The one thing I did like prior to the pause, especially during board meetings, and I think you hinted to this, but we were receiving good comments and had good back and forth discussion between yourself and Brandy, who were watching the comments as they came through during the meeting and responding accordingly, and they had real-time feedback, and I thought that was great. And I somewhat missed that. But as far as all the slander and all that, I mean, that's part of being in politics, I suppose, and why I'll never do it again. But yeah, I can go either way, to be honest. I think it's good to get the information out, and if we can't have the comments in order to do that, then so be it.
And this is not,
unfortunate.
and this is not an action item tonight either, and a decision doesn't have to come out. There's plenty of work that I can continue to do without knowing a firm direction on which way we're going I think it's April 22nd. I have it on my whiteboard, but not here. Will be the end of that 90 days. And just to stay true to our word, it'll be that date or earlier. We're not going to push it out any further. So.
Appreciate taking the time and letting the community know what was the purpose behind it. And
So I would ask, so just to clarify, the board, because I'm sure this has been out there, the board did not ask you to shut off comments.
No, you did not. Okay. We actually looked in our meetings, and we looked through our, what would you call it? Our approvals, things that are within our operational purview, and we checked to make sure that we had that authority before we even entertained the idea in the first place. And it did not require us to come to the board. Of course, we kept you informed as that decision was happening, but no, that did not come from the board, not remotely.
Well, I don't spend any time on Facebook, but I don't think that the district, we put out information constantly, right? We have a website. I think we are very transparent with what we do, what we try to do. We have quarterly meetings with boards of directors that people can attend, town halls. I think we go really above and beyond for being transparent, and I think that's great. I don't think we should foster community-wide discord, in my opinion, so they can battle back and forth over something that we post. I think they pick other platforms to do that. I think some of that's still going on.
Or other pages on Facebook
Or
that
other
are not
pages,
run
but-
by a government. They can
Right.
still have their conversations. And as Director Axworthy was saying, in case you don't know this, public, you can take our post, you can say share, and you can share it to another group, and then you can have your discussion about it there.
Yeah.
But then our hands are not in the pie of determining.
Yeah. I just think we can remove ourselves from that. We can still be transparent, and they can still get all the information that they want. I don't think we should foster battles. And it doesn't matter. The other thing is, you can correct things. I've corrected things publicly in a public meeting about that were untrue, and they're still talking about it.
yeah, you're still wrong.
You can show them, so there's no winning on that.
Yeah. Can we?
Okay. You wanna
I'll add one thing briefly. Facebook is not very department friendly. You would think that I could go in and turn off a setting, and that would be all I'd have to do. We actually have to do it for every single post.
Yeah.
What that means is that our partners who are generating our content used to schedule our content, and when X o'clock would roll around, boom, that would post. They would preload it up for the week, and they would fire. We can't do it that way anymore. So there is a small administrative overhead. Our community relations manager is manually posting and then manually turning the comments off. However, we've discussed that internally, and that administrative overhead is nowhere near the time that was being spent
To reply.
addressing all of the comments, agonizing over how to properly address misinformation, so on and so forth. So
Yeah.
that is a factor, but it's far less than the work was being demanded to engage with it.
I think one of the things that you brought up to me was the fact that you're talking, employees themselves have had distractions because of these comments, and our employees are having to defend the Pueblo West Metro District instead of us taking the brunt of that, the elected officials. And I appreciate the employees who are doing that, but I mean, I think that in itself is another way to look at. I mean, we have employees that are trying to
Do their actual job, yeah.
do their actual
Yeah.
jobs, and then they get distracted by these
Yeah.
posts, and they see these things, and then when they know what they're hearing or seeing is untrue, and as President Vickers had described, you can show them all the evidence in the world that this isn't true, and somehow they still believe the sky's purple. So it's I think that in itself is you already know where I stand on this stuff. I don't have Facebook. I don't have any social media. I think our job is to inform the people. Public comments are exactly where they need to be, and we don't have to provide that. We have all sorts of avenues to provide the public with comments. I do think I agree with Brian on the comment board meetings, but can we turn them on during that time frame where we can have live feed, and then turn them off directly after our board meetings? Is that a possibility?
As long as we're good legally to allow it specifically for a type of content, then we should be fine to do that.
Or just
I don't know, I thought it was all or nothing.
All or
That's
nothing?
that's picking and choosing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. I just thought I'd ask a question if we can have it during board meetings, because that's the whole venue of this is.
We can follow up to ascertain whether we can or not. As far as it goes, if it's something permissible, then it might be a question for the board as far as how they want to set that policy. If it wasn't permissible, all or nothing, we'd inform you.
Right. I'm for the all or nothing personally, but
Why can't they come, it's streamed, right? They're watching right now. And they have the opportunity to call in at the end of the meeting.
I keep inviting them.
So I don't understand the redundancy.
I won't speak for anybody, I can't speak for their personal reasons, or anything that might detract it. I think from what I've observed is that it's just easier, maybe more accessible. You're already watching it, Facebook comments, you're just typing real quick to a thought, and you may or may not be looking for that to be read in a public forum or just vent your thing. So it might be a difference on their intent and how easy it is for them to act on it, but that's just me hypothesizing.
Okay.
My experience with social media and trolls are kind of like the playground, and you have a bully. The bully's always going to be present, but unfortunately, we always have victims. And some of those victims, they'll have a tendency to retaliate. And now we have an online argument going on, and that is distracting away from the information that was put out for transparency reasons. And then you got those who will distort the facts, and they may even make a few avatar, or what I call ghost accounts, and complement their own comments back and forth between devices. So it gives them the appearance that they have a greater following. Some people are narcissistic like that, and they take that obligation of patting themselves on the back in conversation in social media.
some of the best things you can do is just ignore the comments and keep doing what you've been doing. To respond to them is like giving them the opportunity to get the last word in. You don't respond to them. You just make your own comment. Even on Facebook, you can block individually other people's comments. Okay, so they're not posting them on your Facebook page. Okay, so there's tools for the individuals out there on Facebook to not have to deal with trolls or people who want to be argumentative constantly. But unfortunately, we're not. I don't think we're obligated to post anything on Facebook.
Okay, with that, we're gonna move on to the next, number 4, strategic priority, maintaining is that correct?
Number 3, I think.
I thought we were just talking about public trust.
It's a
Yeah, it's
double
continuation.
header. Double header.
More public.
Okay, all right,
This is
let's
the
do
survey.
number 3. Annual community survey. Is that you?
Yeah, it is. Good evening, Board of Directors. Christian J. Hine, District Manager. Tonight, 2 subtopics of this. One is talk about the annual community survey. We've done this for the past few years, collect data and get feedback from those who are signed up or available to take the survey in different methods. And I'll share a little bit about that and also talk about one of the tactical choices we made, talking about roads and comments that we had noticed in the past versus comments that are attributed directly to the district. I'm going to read, and I apologize, but since this was a public survey, I'll read first part of the memo to give everybody an opportunity to understand. This is a public survey. It has been distributed publicly. It is on our website and our transparency site for excuse me, for the actual results and the comments, long-form comments. For everybody's awareness, the 2026 annual survey was conducted between January 26th and February 18th of 2026, receiving 330 responses. That's, I think, close to our second highest number of survey results. I think 362 was the one about the district manager, somewhere in that number. So pretty high, and it was higher than we saw in the previous year. One difference is that we did put it on social media to see if we could get more, and that did, I don't remember the exact number, but did increase some of our responses. The respondent base is highly invested, with 98% either living or working in Pueblo West year-round. While residents express strong satisfaction with the district's communication tools and operational staff, there's a clear mandate for the board to prioritize infrastructure maintenance, improve covenant enforcement, and address a growing trust gap regarding public influence on decision-making. And this is just, again, a memo highlighting the findings of that. It is, again, all accessible for public and board. Some key successes and success drivers. Communication effectiveness. 59% of residents rate the district as effective at keeping them informed. Primary outreach channels. District alert system is a major success, used by 72% of respondents, followed by the website at 66%. Additional narrative feedback reveals high praise for the boots on the ground workers, particularly regarding the diligence in water line repairs and parks maintenance. And residents noted that the transparency and information sharing is the most significant factor boosting their trust in the district at 33%. Critical community concerns. 51% of respondents identified infrastructure upkeep, roads, drainage, and essential services as the single most important area for improvement over the next year. Anonymous comments highlight widespread frustration with junkyards in residential areas, unkept vacant lots, and a perceived lack of follow-through on property standards. Only 15% of residents report a high level of trust in the district. Furthermore, 41% explicitly stated that there's still work to be done on boosting their trust. And 36% of residents do not attend meetings because they don't feel their attendance or participation makes a difference, while 28% simply prefer online options. Some notable patterns in the feedback. Residents are deeply divided. Some view the project of the aquatic center indoor pool as a waste of money given water shortages, while others feel disenchanted by a perceived lack of investment in youth facilities. Multiple comments describe board meetings as unprofessional, with concerns raised about directors' grandstanding or disregarding staff expertise, and there's a significant community anxiety regarding long-term water rates and rising utility rates. And so, final part of this first section of the memo, strategic recommendations, and these are some things that we're incorporating or going to be following up and evaluating as ways to potentially effectively address some of those challenges. Infrastructure reporting, consider directly address the community's top priority, providing a monthly infrastructure project progress report via our alert system, essentially translating what we're doing into things that could be more digestible. enhance enforcement and visibility to combat concerns regarding property decay, potentially publish anonymized, that's how you pronounce it, statistics on covenant enforcement actions to show that rules are being applied fairly and consistently. Brandy specifically, I know, is working on 2 of these things, one of them being formalize the feedback loop, implement resident impact segment meetings and newsletters, demonstrate exactly how public input influenced specific board decisions or district actions, targeting the 36% of residents who feel unheard. Essentially, you tell us, we'll show you what we're doing. Meeting technology improvements, which is a constant we've been working on, but addressing the 28% of residents who prefer online options by ensuring speakers are clearly heard and seen on digital platforms to foster better remote engagement. And focus groups, diving into the details. Brandy, our community relations manager, has already organized a focus group to help get more in-depth feedback on specific comments or areas of action to help further illustrate and understand areas more comprehensively. And to shamelessly plug as well, I think the March 24th town hall is another opportunity to hopefully get some feedback that might explore, or as we get more information, be able to identify those. The other parts of this memo quantified some of the areas for feedback, identified community focus and comment breakdowns so that you can see where the high number of comments are targeting, whether it's staff, whether it's board, whether it's the aquatic center, whether it's fire department, and identify some of those. And then the exact results in the presentation and the comment sections exist and again are available. So that's a quick breakdown. I'll pause there. Obviously, a lot of information. There is a second part, which is just the road section, which I'll actually ask for the board's feedback and thoughts on.
Thoughts?
That was all good information. Nothing, I don't think anything jumped out as a surprise.
No. Go ahead with the roads.
Sure. So the second part, we actually, again, tactically, the last time we did the survey in 2025 for the 2024 year, we had just one comment section, and it was a lot about roads. And this was after the transition. So we actually put into 2 sections. 1, road comments. 2, tell us how we're doing. That road comments got a lot more information to be able to share with the county and also process ourselves. And one idea that came from us understanding that frustration from the residents, most of whom understand that it's not our obligation for the roads anymore, are still asking the board or the district to be a mouthpiece, a vocal portion of where their frustrations are lying. So one of the things within the packet is a potential letter for consideration where the board could give feedback if you'd like to adjust anything on it, but essentially send a letter to the county, at the very least highlighting these concerns, including these details, these comments, the survey itself, and start utilizing the voice to at least say, hey, we're hearing this, this is what we're seeing, this is what we're asking. And that could be further refined of specific requests of the county. Right now it's a general narrative and a little bit more neutral on the asks, but it does identify that it is a high concern. Our residents are frustrated or expressing frustration, and something that we think we should prioritize. So what I would ask the board is if you have, obviously, a conversation, but if you would like to give direction on either, hey, bring this back as an action item with or without changes to what you would like in that, or no, at this time we would prefer not to move forward with that. That is something I would be looking for, but no present action tonight.
I have a few things. So in terms of communication goes, I know we've asked the county several times for road work plans so that we can communicate that to the community ahead of time. Whether it be short-term plans for the next week or 2, or long-term goals to have such and such repaved, or whatever the case might be, so that it's on everybody's radar of where their money might be going. I know we've also addressed over and over again our concerns that the 1% sales tax should not be the basis of our road maintenance. It should be supplemental to what the county should already be investing in Pueblo West in terms of roads. So I know you and I have had some conversations off and on over the months about what would it look like if we get to the point where we're not seeing the improvements that we thought we would. Could we take that 1% tax money and use it ourselves to schedule improvements on our roads? Not necessarily maintenance, not filling potholes, that would be county's job, but maybe the road improvements, which is what that money was really designed to do. So, and I don't know if that looks like outsourcing, and if it is outsourcing, can we outsource to county, but then we would have more control over that money? And we can put it to where we want it to be used. I think that would be the key. Cause right now, it's basically a pass-through from us to county. They're using it to just maintain our roads. Well, there's a lot of roads. We own a third of the roads in Pueblo County,
Yes.
in Pueblo West. And I understand they have budget concerns with the county. But, again, just going back to the purpose of that 1% sales tax to not have our roads continually degrade into further disrepair. We want to make sure that we're improving. So that would be my goal, to identify if, how, and when we can help facilitate road maintenance or improvement by taking ownership of that sales tax somehow, some way.
So when we ask them for a list of, hey, what are you gonna do in our area, what's the response?
So we've gotten, well, the first few months that we were asking, we didn't get a whole lot of response, other than, yeah, we could probably do that. Then it went to, I think we did receive a report at one point, maybe for a couple weeks even, which was great. It identified exactly what they were gonna be doing in the next week. It was exactly what I was looking for, so that we can get that out to the community, and then it stopped. And then I think they tried including that in the sales tax committee forum. But then they don't meet all the time. So it really wasn't good communication on a regular basis. So it's been inconsistent.
Do you have any?
No, that generally open discussion as far as the potential for the letter. I would, if entertaining some of, I would say if we are entertaining that or would like to dive more into the details, that might be reserved for a follow-up session. Just to kind of go over what those options could look like. There is stuff in the IGA between Pueblo County and Pueblo West that are probably pertinent, that we could review at that time, so that way it's understandable.
Yeah, we probably should have that incorporated into the discussion, so we'll know what we can and can't do.
Yeah, this one's focused on that letter and the survey specifically, but to the point, there is probably a longer conversation, a larger conversation involved.
I have no objection to the letter.
I just wish there was more people that filled it out, because I know that number is more than 223.
Yeah, so that's specifically taking comments, the number of
Yeah.
comments, that addressed roads out of that 330.
Yeah.
Which is not the worst, survey sample size. That's 1% of the population if you think about it, which is, much more significant than sometimes we have gotten in the past.
I like the idea of the infrastructure reporting, even if you say, hey, I got nothing to report.
That's fair. I think,
If we're not given anything.
yes. So sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, the idea behind it is we do have the transparency side, we update our capital projects. It would be taking some of those updates and packaging that into like, hey, cycling, here's directly to the community, whether it's the alert system or something, so that they can see that progress rather than have to go find the progress, it's basically being delivered to them.
Yeah, because, what is it, in the 72% of the respondents use the district alert system.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, maybe that'll,
Have we gotten any response to their funding that we should have, just based on property tax? Have they ever responded to how much is kicked in, or?
Full disclosure, the last conversation I think we had was prior to the fiscal deficit they were experiencing. It seemed that they did have information that they were going to share about what was being spent out of their road and bridge fund, separate from the Pueblo West, and they just had to, within their new finance system, identify that. After that
They're-
conversation, I have not heard
They're
anything.
waiting on that new mapping tool that they had.
yeah,
So again, just kept on getting delayed and delayed for one reason or another. Can't get a good answer.
Their website has gotten better as far as saying projects, chip seal, relays. There is information being shared there. But that, I don't know if it quite meets exactly what the IGA specified as far as what their quarterly reports or other reports may be, including next year's project list, for instance. I think they're starting to report on their past. We haven't seen the projection consistent.
I mean, the problem's accountability, right? What are we gonna, how can we hold them accountable?
This might be a larger conversation with some.
Seriously, if there's no accountability behind any, like I say, it's like in the city. It says, don't panhandle on this median,
Mhm.
and there's a guy panhandling on the median, and the cop drives right by him, and it's like if it's not enforceable, then
There are some options available to the board. They often involve some options that require either putting the sales tax back out to the ballot, the potential for trying to negotiate terms of the IGA. There's not necessarily a teeth to the IGA intended to make it completely change or redefine the relationship. I think there are just options to either terminate the IGA with certain specifications or clauses, or what's funding them is that sales tax and the potential long-term for what that could look like. So it either require further negotiation and crafting a new IGA, or essentially establishing if you don't do this, we will not do that, or it's coming down to potentially more aggressive options that would have an impact, and the board does have the ability to do.
Or finding a way that maybe it's just not a pass-through. Maybe we hold on to it until we know exactly what they're gonna use it for.
I think that would require negotiating the IGA based on the terms.
Really?
I think so.
so, because, correct me if I'm wrong, so since we've done this, which is when?
2023 was the first year.
Okay. So were we ever promised like reports, like, hey, we did this in your area, we did this in your area?
There are things in the IGA saying, here's your project list, and I think a quarterly report. That's what I would have to dive back into, just to make sure I articulate what those actual requirements are again. But I think it's quarterly reports, and here's your project roads for the next year of like overlays,
So do we
reconstruction.
get those?
It seems we're starting to see at least a year in reverse. We do not get quarterly reports except through the committee,
Right.
which sometimes does get what's the work that's been done in that. Doesn't always talk about specifically the roads, which roads, within that report. We just started seeing that in their website this past year. So without getting maybe too controversial, it seems like they have not consistently been meeting their expectations within the IGA itself. The question for us would be, do we want to entertain how we want to enforce those, and what tools or methods do we have to actually enforce it without either renegotiating the IGA or terminating it, and the potential for what occurs with the sales tax after, which would have to go to a public vote.
Yeah, it'd be good to have that for the next meeting, I think, for discussion. See what our options are.
With that, is it okay to prep is it okay to prep the letter for the next board meeting to be approved? And then if there is any feedback you would have and requests, please send them to me within the time between now and next meeting, ideally by, I think, next Friday. And I'll have it incorporated with any of those revisions.
Yeah. I think the letter could be action number one. I mean, we've verbalized it.
Right.
I'm pretty sure they're aware of what's going on. I mean, there's plenty of public comment and posts and so forth. But as far as a letter from the district, this would be the first one, correct?
Yes.
So this could be step number one in accountability process. But we should probably still have that discussion next meeting,
Fair enough.
just so we get the ball rolling.
That's all I had needed. Any other questions?
Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we're maintaining organizational health.
Wow, we're still in strategic.
We're still in strategic.
Sweet.
Okay, good evening, board. I am Jessica Pankey, Director of HR. I know Karen is listed on here. She is very ill, so we let her off the hook for tonight. I have Katrina up here to assist with this conversation today. So let me pull up my notes, and I want to apologize in advance. I am coming off of a cold. Voice is coming in and out. Might cough, but I do have a cough drop, so we should be fine. So we included some information in your packet based on the discussion from a couple of meetings ago. We understand the conversation is focused on remote work and office hours, with a few areas for potential exploration, which would be including remote work options, adjusted office hours, 410s versus 5/8s, ensuring productivity. The report is intended to provide a starting point by outlining examples, considerations, and potential costs. associated with some of the models to help the board begin the discussion and determine whether there may be interest in policy revisions, pilot programs, or other approaches. So we are here to answer any questions that you may have. We also included an analysis related to office closures and risk and liability considerations that were previously discussed with the board in early 2025, just for reference, though we understand that that's not the primary focus of the discussion. So we did provide that to you. So we are here to answer any questions.
Okay, so this discussion was originally asked by me to be put on the agenda a couple of meetings ago. It stems from January 23rd at 4:30 to 4:35 p.m. that the office was closed. I entered the building with my key card at 4:30, walked all the hallways, checked all the unlocked doors. There was no staff present. That was at 4:30 in the afternoon. At 4:35, I took a 15 to 20-second video of the parking lot showing that there was only government vehicles in the parking lot and no POVs, of which employees would occupy. So the question that I posed to the district manager, why was the office closed early? And I never got an answer. Then the other question I asked was, what time did you close the office? Because there was never a sign on the door telling the public that the office was closed. And there was not a digital message put out or an email to the public establishing that the office was closed. So those are my questions, and like I said before, this opens a larger can of worms. I need those questions answered.
Could I make a point of order to answer those questions, or repeat my answer from the last meeting?
Sure.
Sure. So the office was closed based on an early release authorized by myself. It was authorized for 4 p.m. There was an email that went out. I offered that I do not typically notify the board of an early release. I do closures, oftentimes delays if they're significant. But I had not previously done early authorized releases. Those are oftentimes based on department or based on the needs. So that one occurred that day. Offered that at the last meeting and identified that, or the one thing I did not have as an answer was why a sign had not been posted. It seemed like it was just human error. We forgot to put the sign out, so take responsibility for that. And I did acknowledge in the future I can communicate that to the board as far as early authorized releases that occur. That's consistent within the authority approved by the board during the personnel policy. So I believe that answered those questions.
Okay, so now moving on from that point there, we had 2 snow days that occurred on a Friday, and you called those snow days. And then we had a liberal leave day or an administrative holiday in conjunction with an actual holiday, which gave them a Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday off, okay, which was decided by yourself. And let's see, there was one other thing prior to that. Can't recall right now, but the discussion was the weather conditions that coexist for me, you, and everybody else in this room and our taxpayers out there are the same weather conditions that we have to maneuver in order to pay y'all salaries through our taxes. And we're held accountable to the taxpayers. This board was elected. We had the power to give directives, okay? And we need to establish that we're not gonna have multiple snow days when our constituents are having to travel to work also. And that our employees are gonna be at work Monday through Friday, okay? And if the employees are essential, okay, and everybody is essential because they were hired to this metro district to perform duties as an official governing employee in their level of expertise and capacity, then they need to be at work. Just like our constituents, the taxpayers, need to be at work. we have to hold ourselves to a higher standard than those that, because everybody looks up to the government. But the problem is, you can have one person say, well, you know, somewhere along the line, you just gotta throw trust in there. So let me throw trust and speculative in there and personal experience. 34 years of governmental employment. And I saw soldiers for 9.5 years that tried to take shortcuts, tried to get out of every duty and responsibility that they could possibly get out of. In the Federal Bureau of Prisons, not only as an officer, but as a supervisor and a shift lieutenant, I literally had to track down employees who were already on overtime who took an inmate out for a med trip. That med trip was a consult for a liver biopsy. So the doctor could sit there for 30 minutes and tell him, hey, this is the results of your liver biopsy. An hour and a half later, they're back with the inmate at the institution. You know what they're doing? They already turned their weapons in. They're sitting in their cars, or they drove up to the training center, and they're checking email or playing games on the computers up at the training center for hours upon hours collecting a paycheck. I literally had to search people out on camera from the time they turned their weapons in or their equipment into the control center, follow them back out the building and see that they went to their cars. Literally found officers sleeping in their car.
No
Literally called a
disrespect,
training
right?
center. Hold on, I'm talking.
I'm just
Literally-
wondering the relevance.
The relevance is that in any governmental agency, there's gonna be those who are gonna take advantage of the system. And if we're not applying the same standard to every employee, making everyone essential, everyone comes to work, okay, that is not fair and consistent supervisory behavior. Okay? A supervisor is not a friend. They are an acquaintance through that person's employment. You cannot properly supervise and be a friend and try to make everybody happy at the same time. Those two do not coexist in a perfect world. So I want to make a motion that all of our employees are essential and they need to report to work where they were hired to work in the first place. I don't care if it's they're working 3 12-hour shifts and then a 4-hour shift, they get their 40, or they're working 4 10-hour shifts, or they're doing 5 8-hour shifts. But those employees need to be accountable. And I asked you about how do you track the employees' hours? But then you want to bring up their salary, they're exempt. They still have an obligation to perform. So how do we track their performance if you're not physically watching them every day and they're at home? Okay? And then I brought up, well, if they're at home feeling sick and I decided to work from home and I zoomed in on a meeting and I said that out loud, okay, was there prior authorization? I don't know. But the point is that there is sick leave, there's PTO, and there's FMLA. Okay? And if you're giving every employee the opportunity to work from home, well, then you got to give every employee the opportunity to work from home. But I don't see anybody repairing a water line working from home, or someone out in Parks and Rec working from home. The bottom line is our employees were hired to perform a job and a specific duty at 63 Spalding, at 21 Palmer Lake, okay? And just like our firefighters, they have to report to their station, okay? So I want to make a motion that all of our employees report to work as they were hired. Do I have a second on that motion?
Well, there's a discussion.
Oh, okay, yes,
We'll
we'll open it up
discussion.
for discussion now. I'm done.
Mr. Potter?
Mine goes off position description. What does your position description say? Does it say it's a remote location? Does it say 50% home, 50% in office? What does it do? I don't know. I don't believe any of our position descriptions say remotely work from home at a certain amount of time. I believe we should have those that are in charge at work, in the office, doing their duties and responsibilities, showing up, and if they need sick leave, they need sick leave. If they have PTO, they take PTO. And if they have FMLA things that they need to take care of, they take care of them in those manners. That's where I stand on this as far as the workers go. How you manage your employees from there is up to you. But I'm, for one, if you're in a leadership position, you're in the office, you're doing the things that you were hired to do, and then unless there's something on the PD that says otherwise, that's where you're at. Position description.
Mr. Pasternak? On the first document, it references about leasing property, potential savings, implementation of office, hoteling software estimated at $99 a month, could eventually allow the district to reduce leased office space costs as more employees transition to permanent hybrid schedules. I thought we were building the admin building to get out of the leases. So I was more curious how that landed in that document, since we're.
I think as far as Christian J. Hine, district manager, as far as leasing spaces, the admin building, and the potential how it influences remote work or office work is part of the conversation as we understood it, has been that developing that space, that admin building, that second portion, can be influenced based on, do you want everybody physically in the office present, in which case you need full space for it, or do you have the potential to reduce the amount of space required by allowing telework or hybrid options within the remote work? So those are how those two are tied together. Our recommendation when we were talking about the admin building is built for the max, because we don't know how a board in the future may decide. What we experienced after COVID was there was a push for remote work. Obviously there was the pandemic, and there was I think the flexibility for it. As time went on, as COVID and pandemic ended, there was a push back for the office or in office, but there wasn't the physical space for it anymore. So there became a question or concern of, regardless of what we might decide now, whether as a board or recommendations from staff, a future board, if they decide, hey, we suddenly want everybody in office, but we plan for remote work, then we're gonna have to either build more space or find different.
So if we build the admin building, we're not gonna lease any more office space.
If you build it at the 7,000 square foot, there wouldn't be a need to lease anything. If you do it at the 5,000 square foot, and so long as you allow remote work, there would be no need to lease.
We all got an email that called out specific people about specific things. I'm not gonna read it. I'm just, when I get something like that, I don't know who it's from. I don't know, and I understand you wanna be anonymous. But when I read through this, it feels more to me like micromanaging Christian. I think, to me, the biggest concern about remote work is a loss of culture. And that's your decision on your feel in the office as far as if you're losing culture from allowing remote work. But my stance on this is, basically trust until you can't, and I don't have a reason to. I feel like it's micromanaging. I don't have a reason to feel like I need to step in and change anything that the district manager is doing in regards to this. So that's my 2 cents.
I would agree. Trust but verify. We actually had this discussion because I've never been in an environment, because I'm a chef, right? So I'm in a kitchen. You don't remote work from a kitchen or to a kitchen. So I've never had to deal with trying to manage employees in a remote work situation. So I asked Christian, how do you really keep folks accountable? And it really becomes more of a project-based management versus oversight, direct oversight, I guess, if you want to put it that way. So you're taking a look at what they actually accomplished throughout the week, right? How many times they're on their email or responding to emails, or if, say, from 12 to 4, they never respond to emails. Well, they're probably sleeping or taking their kids out to the park or something like that. So apparently there are ways to track it. I'm not a big supporter of remote work. To be honest, if it were me, Christian, what I would try to do is have everybody work 4/10s and also try to stagger the work so that we're open 6 days a week. It's totally what I would try to do. So we're open more for the community. We get 3-day weekends for our staff. It's a win-win. And see, what kind of sacrifices need to be made in order to have that happen. I think we have enough admin staff that could be a possibility, but again, I'm with Chris. I'm not the district manager. I'm not here to run things. We hired you to do that. So that's where I'm at with it.
I'm glad you brought up the 410s, because that's kind of the direction that I'm leaning towards. I have been in and out of the office quite a bit. I have been concerned with the amount of time that I see offices that are either remote, the signs say they're remote working, they're out of the office. Locating people sometimes is difficult. I think it is, in regards to that email, you can't take everything at face value, but I do think it's breeding disenchantment among employees, because there's specific people that can work remotely and some, they just can't. I understand that. COVID brought about remote work, but we're not faced with that any longer. Also, if you're going to offer positions that have remote work, they should be advertised as positions at that capacity, and the compensation should be adjusted accordingly. I don't think you can pay people that you expect to be in an office wage, and then allow the benefits of working remotely, because there's obviously benefits for people. Why do people want to work remotely? What's the driving factor? The factor is that they can do some other things at home while they're at home, even though they can accomplish their tasks, which brings up another position is, if somebody can accomplish their work in 20 hours instead of 40, should they be a full-time employee? So I think that the remote work should go away. I think that you should try to work on staffing schedules, either 410s or hybrid working schedules that could possibly allow somebody to have their 3-day weekend, but that they should be in the offices the 40 hours that we've advertised those positions to be. Those positions are, any employment position is actually a contract between, the employer and the employee. They have agreed to work in this office for that amount of money and the benefits that are given for 40 hours. That's the agreement that was put out there. If you're going to look at people that can work remotely, and I think there are positions, IT positions possibly, that don't have to be physically on site because everything is done via computer. They can tweak every aspect of their job via computer, except for maybe some hardware issues. But again, those should be positions that are advertised as remote, and they should be compensated accordingly. We're not, the micromanaging, I get it, but we are also elected to be fiscally responsible. It doesn't mean that there's any anger or animosity to any employee. It's just kind of like the way things should run. A lot of companies are now reversing their stance on remote work. I do some work, consulting work for a large corporation, and they brought all their people back to work. Everybody. Even people that could do their job from home, they brought them back.
So I think there is culture, there's, employees that can't work remotely or don't get the opportunity to work remotely. I think it breeds some level of contempt at some point, and, I don't think it's a good atmosphere to be working in. So I would be in favor of adjusted hourly schedules, somehow that either 4 10s or 3 9s and a 10, whatever. But, the remote work, I think, should come to an end also.
Do we wanna put any
So-
limitations? Oh, go ahead.
I would just suggest the motion that you made, if you wanna revise it, I think it should include, personally, we either take it out or pass it as is, adjustments to the personnel policies that require, that allow remote work. I think that needs to be changed. So I think there's some work that needs to be done. I don't know that this can happen immediately, but I do agree that we should go to a different type of work schedule if that works for employees.
Are there people that you've hired that are here, not necessarily here in this room, possibly in this room, but, that in their, sorry, I'll do this. It's
Job
the-
posting and job
Yeah, the
description?
job posting, did it say hybrid or remote or anything like that?
I'll double check. I don't think our position descriptions, I think you correctly identified, don't specifically say telework. It's in our personnel policy. When we do hire folks, particularly of maybe an administrative position, I think it can come up in the conversation asking about it, in which case we reference it. And just to be clear, and for everybody's awareness, it's in the personnel policy that telework is available based on supervisory discretion or manager discretion. To that point, it can create inconsistencies based on supervisors within a department, separate departments. But it is a case-by-case basis that affords the opportunity for that supervisor to develop what they think. I can share, we have had people leave the district because they did not get the amount of telework that they wanted to, because that supervisor was identifying that they were new, they needed more time in office. So we have seen those type of examples, I think more frequent than we've seen, obviously, the opposite. If that is best as answer your question as possible.
Yeah.
Did they give a further reason as far as why?
As far as why they left, I think they expected more remote work capability and flexibility, and at that time, they were just not, it wasn't capable.
So it was just about remote work. It wasn't
That's what
any
was,
reasoning behind that.
that
Yeah.
was what was shared.
Yeah,
an
there,
example I'm
we've
thinking.
had a couple say that they left our position because they wanted a fully remote position. And we were
Even though it
not
wasn't advertised as remote.
correct.
So they applied for a job that wasn't remote.
Correct.
So-
And then decided
la-
they
c'est la
wanted to
vie.
be remote.
C'est la vie.
I think that there are a couple important things that need to be highlighted. Is one, we don't currently have the office space to have everybody 100% in office. We currently have, like, our payroll person, she works from home, because when she's going through and processing that information, she's only working from home during a specific period of time, but it's for confidentiality purposes, to make sure that she can do that process without other ears, other people watching, looking over her shoulder as she's doing it, because she is in a cubicle space. Our IT folks, they filter in and out of those offices, then they're bouncing around from different locations, because we don't currently have full office space. I myself do not have my own office space. I share it with Director of Business Administration. So I think that's a key component that we need to highlight. I think another thing too is this is a tool. This is something that we can use to manage our employees, and that we can also use in recruiting employees. When we are looking at trying to bring people on board, this is something that they're looking for. We have people that have kids that are, going to daycare or doing whatever, and to have that flexibility is a big thing in today's world. So I think that this is something that needs to be highlighted, is the fact this is actually a tool for us to utilize. It's performance-based. We monitor people's performance, and I think that to take that away is eliminating something that is very valuable for our workforce, and being able to recruit higher level or more advanced individuals at a lower base rate of pay, at a less competitive rate of pay.
Yeah.
Have you
I
guys
and I
ever-
appreciate that, Katrina. I just think we need to balance the gifts that we offer as as an employer. I mean, we have got great benefits,
Yeah.
super cheap for the employees.
I 100% agree with that.
I think to their to their point, when they talked about the pay rate, I mean, if you're really gonna go after remote work, then they're still gonna get all these benefits, they're still gonna get this and that and the other. But to Greg's point, it's not available for everybody, so there's gotta be some sort of give and take.
Point of order for that. There is a give and take, especially where they consider essential employees, because then the personnel policy identifies those folks are entitled to a benefit if they are required to work when there is a closure, or others are allowed to remote work. There is that pay allowed for, is it time and a half?
Yep,
Time and a half for them to be able to come on site. And we did, part of that analysis that you saw in that packet was identifying, yes, that does increase the cost of the district, but compared to the risk, the thing that we would like to highlight is that our, I apologize, Director Roberts, I'm not gonna remember what this acronym is, EMOD, Experience Modification something?
Yeah.
Close enough, is a score presented by our insurance based on how many claims, incidents, and everything that comes up. The more risk you take in having people have injuries, the liability and the workman comp claim alone is always more costly if you have one of those compared to the amount of snow days or delays we had when we did that analysis. Let alone what then becomes the long-term EMOD score that influences how much more we pay based on the average rate. I think ours is a 1.32, which means we pay 32%, is that right? 32% higher than what average rate is because of incidents that occurred. Some of those were based on weather incidents, and some of those were not. But the more people on site means the more risk you have of those incidents taking place. So this isn't,
We're not talking about snow days, though, right?
No,
We're
we're
talking
talking about remote work, talking about the
Yeah.
potential site liabilities, just the idea of like why those things come up as far as tools. It is measured not just as hey, we're trying to give benefits to employees. There is a cost analysis that comes with it, and it's considered to be something we recommend as a best case scenario or best potential for the district long term.
The district introduced remote work in 2020, probably?
I actually don't know when. I don't know if you know.
So, yeah, because of COVID, we all just started working
So-
from home. There was no real policy in place over it.
Yeah, so in those 6 years, roughly 5-6 years, has anyone ever been terminated from work because of the lack of progress from remote work?
I don't know that specifically. I do know people have been called back into the office.
People have been called back into the office or even reprimanded, written up
Yeah.
for not performing when they should.
Okay. That to me, that confirms that you are in fact able to do what you said you're able to do, which is to monitor people, basically.
Yes.
I would also add, I don't know what your thought process was of requiring the 410s, but I do know that we have staff who have children, and doing 410s could be hard on their lives, so still having the flexibility to do any shift that the district
Yeah,
manager feels
we're
appropriate.
not saying that that's what
Okay.
has to happen. I'm saying that if there's a modification in work hours that is
beneficial or people would like. I mean, I would rather do that than the remote work. Because I'm still gonna always go back to, there's a reason people wanna work remotely. And the reason is that they're not in the office having to do something for 8 hours. It's human nature. I'm not picking on any individual employee, but, I can put a load of laundry in, I can do this, and hey, fine, but there should be an adjustment to how much you make. You shouldn't come in as an office worker and then be working remotely and make the same amount of money.
So just a point of order. To share, we did identify that is pay practices as part of that is more common in larger cities or national organizations that are, you exist as a law firm in New York and you're hiring somebody in Fort Polk, Louisiana, or Leesville, Louisiana. Very different accommodations for what can be there. And a lot of times they will do that direct, hey, it's a cost of living adjustment based on what that is. Or to the point of like they don't have to commute, maybe there's adjustments for it. It is less common in public sectors. Not saying it can't happen. It isn't built into how we do our evaluations or how we have historically done it. And a lot of times that ability is more seen as, yes, it's a benefit towards it, but it's not to the point of why we've lost people who have hired is that it's not consistent enough that you can expect. And so the question then would become, if you allow it and then you have to change or adjust their work hours because they're not performing, then do you adjust their pay up now that they're not performing towards it? I think it just invites questions about how you would manage that or administer it.
Have we surveyed all the employees and get their thoughts on
We have not.
on some people being allowed to work remote while others cannot?
I don't think we ever surveyed about remote work specifically, so any type of
Maybe
survey.
worth it,
Yeah.
just to get a pulse on the climate.
And also, I guess just for clarification or acknowledgement, we know the water department, the fire department, 99 to 100% of that is in office. They have to perform a field duty or a job there. When we get down to the folks who have that opportunity, it's pretty much 20 to maybe 25 people in the administrative roles, either across the district or specifically in the administration side of the building. So we're not talking about the majority of the district either.
Okay, so when we talk about having kids and being employed, I raised 5. There were days where I had 8-hour shifts, and there were days I had 16-hour shifts, and some days never ended until we got the institution secured and under control again. My wife worked in the same correctional setting as a special investigator and a caseworker for over 30 years. We raised 5 kids. So we can't keep using our kids as an excuse to not come to work. There are programs and benefits designated for that. And that is sick leave, that is PTO, and that is FMLA. And then there's the exception to the rule, of which the district manager can deal with on a case-by-case basis. But when our office isn't open, and there's no sign on the door, there's something wrong. There's no public notification, there's something wrong. Now, if you want to come up with a hybrid work hours, I suggested that. 3 12s, 4-hour shift on the 4th day, you get a 3.5-day weekend. Okay? 4 10s, you get a 3-day weekend. Or either 5 8s, and then you got a 2-day weekend. But the same hybrid schedule that you can come up with, you can come up with a hybrid workstation to accommodate, and people can office share and flip-flop and bring their laptop in, plug it in, and that's their space. And with 25 people, that should be easy to schedule. I used to run a roster of 176 people plus on a daily basis. And you get people that call off, or you got an institutional emergency and you have to call officers and say, hey, I need you to take this medical trip out to the hospital because this guy's been stabbed 12 times, okay? They're automatically on overtime. They're doing their duties as assigned, okay? There's no time for explanation. But the days of using family and children as a crutch to not come to work when you were hired to work at 63 Spalding or 21 Palmer Lake have got to stop. If you come up with a hybrid work schedule, come up with a hybrid workstation occupancy program. Okay? But everybody needs to come to work. And that's my motion on the table, that we require all employees coming to work until they establish a new hybrid work schedule and shared office space.
Yeah, there's a motion on the floor.
Can you repeat it? Sorry.
Go ahead, repeat your motion.
I make a motion that the district adopts the policy that all of our employees come to work and remain at work for their designated contracted hours of work until the district manager, along with the IT department, can develop a hybrid work schedule and a hybrid shared office space schedule. To include this building, this meeting room right here could be used as a hybrid workspace when it's not in use. So my motion on the table is that our employees come to work and the district manager develop a hybrid work schedule and a hybrid office, shared office space program.
Okay. Second.
We have a motion seconded to require employees to come back to work for their 40 hours until the district manager can, and IT, come up with a hybrid work schedule. isn't it?
That is correct.
I think I need to ask clarification on this.
Okay.
It sounds like they're all physically coming to work for this time.
Yeah.
What's the purpose of the hybrid? Is the hybrid work schedule to show that the remote,
No,
if they're physically coming back, they're gonna go to locations?
No,
I understand.
if you're looking for a remote position, then you're gonna have to renegotiate that, is what I think. But everybody come back to work, hybrid work schedule, just like, Director.
That's not hybrid at that point. You're talking them being fully in office. That's why I need
Yeah, the
clarification.
40
on.
hours, but you in IT work, whether you want to come up with 410s, 312s, 5/8s.
So not hybrid as far as where their work environment is, the
Hybrid
schedule,
hours.
hours. Okay,
The hours.
okay. That makes
Hybrid hours, so.
But the office space, IT could help you develop a program. And there's probably a program already out there, because I know El Paso County's got it for, Department of Human Services, where you can log in and secure that workspace for 2 to 3 days, and then schedule for 4 hours on another day in a different office.
But they're physically in office and we need to,
So I
Yeah.
realize we have a motion and a second on the
Yeah.
floor, but
We're gonna have to vote on it.
can we amend it at this point or no?
He can amend it.
Okay. My comment would be, I don't know if they're in a position right now to do that.
That's what I was
If they don't have the office space available, then I think we should make a motion to have Christian develop a plan in order to facilitate that, but not necessarily require it right now. If we're not
Okay,
set up to
so-
have enough offices right now, there's no point in bringing everybody in and shoving them in this room with a chair and a laptop.
Well, that's not everybody.
Well, you know what I'm saying. That's an exaggeration.
Yeah, it is an exaggeration.
But if they're not set up to do that currently, then I don't think we should demand it.
You can modify it.
We can ask them to prepare
so,
for it.
I'm gonna make a motion that, our director, Christian Hine, develop a new 40-hour work schedule for the employees. And that schedule would be, a variation of, 3 days on or 3 days,
Don't get
Hold on.
technical with it, Greg. Can I help you?
you can.
So I think what we want to make is a motion, and you can rescind your motion. I'm just gonna give you wording, and if you don't want to use the wording, that's fine, I'm not. But the motion is to, eliminate the telework, but allow, district manager to keep employees that, don't have an office space at this point, working, which is what you you'd like, but to develop an alternate program of varied work hours in office work hours. So it's something to that effect. Don't give him.
I can rescind the
Yeah.
motion if you want to make it. But I think there needs to be a deadline for developing that program.
How much time do you think you need to come up? So is it, we're gonna get off track, so how much time do you think you need?
if we're talking about developing the plan or policy for which we're talking who physically can be in office and the space they utilize for that, whether it's here, whether it's another location, I think we would probably just need 2 weeks to be able to reaffirm that. If we're talking about long-term scheduling, identifying flexibility, whether it's the hours or with the, if it did come up with the space environment, and still meeting those intent, that might be about a month. So just getting people physically in butts and seats and identifying where they're gonna work and make sure that they have tools to work. I think we can get that plan done in about a couple weeks. So the next board meeting, have it ready for the potential for, an action item, if desired. But the long-term effects in identifying whether it's people's pay, whether it's people like shifts and everything, that's probably gonna take at least a month.
I'd also, I think we need to have in there that any office closure needs to be publicly announced.
We'll address that.
We can
in
make that a
different-
separate
we can do
motion?
that a separate, where,
Okay.
rescind your motion.
I'm rescinding my motion that I previously stated, and I'm going to hand it over to Director Vickers to make the motion for me.
Okay, a motion to.
There you
Okay, a motion to develop a plan that would allow employees scheduled to work on-site rather than, off-site or telework within, a 2-week timeframe for people on site and a month of, planning for your
And implementation.
implementation.
So let me repeat that to make sure I got it. A motion to develop a plan that will allow employees a schedule to work on-site without telework, with an expectation to identify those folks with 2 weeks on-site for implementation, and then a plan to enact within the 1 month timeframe.
Within one month timeframe, work schedules, work hours.
For work schedules and hours. The only, go ahead,
And also, that would require amending,
personnel policy.
policy 8.35.
Yes. Can I make a point of order before the board
Sure.
discusses? I do understand the intent for the remote work. I think that's something, obviously, the board and part of our staff report and memo and everything said as far as, hey, options if you want to get rid of it, how it looks. I would advise that I think there are going to be some impacts when it comes to employment, transitions, challenges that may cause either turnover or the potential for just operational impacts that are less desirable. That is my concern, depending on it, if it's done in such a way that not everybody's given an opportunity to be able to change accommodations that they may have had up to this time. Daycare, things that they have identified, those folks with 410s who didn't have the Fridays, now maybe they might be required to do the Fridays, like that may come with time and challenges. So if it's permissible, as we identify this and plan for it, we may include that in our future evaluation for the board's consideration.
Yeah, I think when you develop the plan, then you outline what the
Advantages,
challenges are,
disadvantages. Yes,
and then the board can discuss at the next meeting.
perfect.
Appreciate it.
I would preface that with, I personally don't want to have a laundry list or a list of people that have hardships because they've not gotten accustomed to telework. I mean, I can only go so far with that kind of justification.
So anything that I would provide would be either objective or identified what the objective impacts would be based on the feedback we're getting. Would the board like that to be a time for a survey for what was identified? It doesn't have to be the motion, this can just be, is it okay to get that survey feedback from employees as well, identified earlier? Any
I think
concern
it's
with?
prudent, yeah.
Yeah, and fully recognize it's a month, this is a month timeframe.
Oh, yeah, of course.
So can someone read it back, the full thing again?
I can if you want.
Like
Go ahead.
once over, it was like
Motion to develop a
piecemeal.
plan that will allow employees to schedule to work on-site without telework with an expectation to identify that plan or share the plan 2 weeks, and then a plan to enact within the 1 month timeframe for work schedules and hours
For implementation.
for implementation,
And modify 8.3.
which would require modifying, yes. Oh,
Okay, there's the motion on the floor, seconded.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Opposed?
Yeah, opposed, yeah.
Passes, 4-1.
I want to put a second motion out there. Actually, my first was rescinded, so let's go with, I want to make a motion that any office closure for the Metro District or facility, department or Parks and Rec, has to be publicized. And there should be, public notification on all entry doors, signifying that closure. And when it's expected to open back up. I mean, you never know, you could've had a water line break and you're waiting for a plumber to come in. So you gotta close the office for the meantime, you got the water shut off. But either way, those office closures, our constituents, the taxpayers, deserve notification. That is the motion on the table, that we are mandating that all office closures outside of normal business hours and holidays and weekends are published to the public.
Okay, discussion. Can we put that in, is that in bylaws or rules and regulations? Can that just be added to the bylaws and the regulations?
Personnel policies where we have the closures authority, so it can just be amended to be able to be added to that.
What? Sorry.
Did we get a second?
Anybody wants?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to amend to, just make sure that office closings, for any reason are posted on the, website and also on the building itself. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I abstain from that one, I don't know.
Okay.
That's what I should have done. I don't think it's up to,
So it just goes into the policies, right?
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
moving on, replacing the variable frequency drive for pumps 4 and 5 at the river pump station.
Evening Board. Ken Love, Deputy Director, Utility Operations. Coming here to discuss the replacement of 2 VFDs at our river pump station. Back in April of 2025, we determined, the district determined that one of the drives on pump 5 was failing. We budgeted for said failures. We, in the meantime, sent out a motor for pump 5 to be rebuilt. About the same time, VFD on 4 has failed. And with that failure, we made a strategic swap from the failing VFD to go on to pump 4 so we could maintain that stability while the motor was out for pump 5. We've budgeted, and those amounts for 2 VFDs from our sole source is $211,550.38. These 2 VFDs are Schneider brand VFDs. They are compatible with our SCADA automation systems. With that, they come from our vendor Thorpe, and we are requesting that we be allowed to purchase these. That is our recommendation. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Can you give us the location of where these pumps are at?
These pumps are down at the river near the dam.
Okay. And I see we use sole source justification again?
Yes, sir. Thorpe is the vendor which we'll purchase from. Schneider is the manufacturer. Thorpe is their main distributor for this region.
Would you say they have a monopoly on?
I have no comment for that.
I look at GSA and sole source and I think good old boy system, they got certified and.
According to their letter,
I read their letter.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they meet their stringent standards, so.
How long do these things last usually?
Typically in the industry, you can experience either 5 to 15 years. It depends on the use and the variables. If these pumps don't run all the time, they could last 15 years. And since we swapped from a variety of different pumps at that station, we could see probably a 15, hopefully, year span.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of the variable drive pumps for the river station.
second.
A motion seconded to approve the variable drive pumps for river station. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next is the Desert Hawk Golf Course irrigation system placement as water infrastructure presented by Mr. Brian Eggy.
Yeah, good evening, Board. Brian Eggy, Chief Operating Officer. I told those guys instead of watch, I'm gonna be the quickest presentation tonight. As we all know, the Desert Hawk is served by us as a raw water system. As we know, that system needs replaced and it's very expensive. We've basically taken the approach of that as being a golf problem, but it's actually a water problem since we service that. Basically, the path I'm looking forward to is, since it's a water problem, we can restructure that messaging and going forward as a water problem in which we can apply for state and federal grants. As you may know, applying for state and federal grants is time consuming and has deadlines, so I'm just looking for direction if that's something that's acceptable to do. This isn't anything that we're putting the irrigation repair on the enterprise. This is simply given direction that, hey, we'll pursue this. We're still looking at partners with the county, with the enterprise. Any grant that was matching would come back before the board. This is simply just saying, yeah, this is one of the directions we want to pursue, because as we've stated with the Desert Hawk irrigation system, there's not going to be nobody's going to show up with the $5 million. We're going to, excuse me, have to take a multi-phased approach. And I'm here to answer any questions or
Get any
concerns.
idea what size grants we'd be looking at?
So they vary. So one of the first ones we would probably have to pursue is because there'd have to be an engineering study. Grants can range, they can range up to $2 to $3 million. Getting that large depends on the grant, and just depends on what's available and how well we present our grant.
I thought we had an engineering study already done for the sprinkler system.
This would be a complete scope of work and what's
Oh,
actually
a whole
leaking.
new one.
Yeah.
Been talked about. What's that going around?
They had a name for that. Do you remember what they called that?
Talk about the rough order of magnitude, or?
Yes.
Yes.
Order of magnitude.
Yeah, order of magnitude, yeah.
ROM, which is typically 25 to 30% variance. A term used less consistent with opinion and probable cost, 10 to 15.
Yeah.
So I don't know why.
By the time they get that done, it'll be obsolete anyway.
Also fair.
That's
So-
bad.
So what we're doing, what you're talking about is we're gonna take this as a conservation issue rather than just a
Yes,
golf
and-
course irrigation.
Yep, and we'll then look at state and federal funds, which really the first one they have deadlines, as you're probably aware. Probably June 1st is the earliest one we'll look at. So, one of the issues, grants are time consuming and you're on their schedule. But it's just one avenue we can pursue, and the multi-phased approach to trying to get this golf course water system fixed.
Would we be the ones funding the engineering project to go over the scope of work, or would they do that, or would it be a collaboration?
That's an excellent question, Director
Hey,
Potter.
come out
So
of
one of the
enterprise
things,
funds, wouldn't it?
yeah, so one of the things we're looking at, and I put on one of the agendas, and probably talk at the Desert Hawk meeting, is that we would come to, in the idea itself, there's implications about cost sharing on capital projects. Before we pursued anything, I would pursue a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, and then which we would outline what the cost sharing would pay. So what would be under the enterprise, what would be under the county, and enterprise being water enterprise, and what would be under the golf course.
Fair enough. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Track 317 update, evaluation, next steps. Mr. Ron Winters, Director of Operational Support.
Good evening, President Vickers, members of the board. Sean Winters, Director of Operational Support. So tonight I'm here to provide an update on 317 and the next steps. So what has happened since the last time we have talked about this project? October 9th, 2025, a plat vacation and the associated quitclaim deed was recorded. Approval of that vacation is contingent upon conditions being completed as in accordance with Pueblo County Resolution PD 25-039. So those conditions include the construction of cul-de-sacs or trailhead parking lots at the ends of Desert Sage, Broken Bow, and Moccasin Drive, the installation of traffic control devices, the closure of illegal access points located off of McCulloch Boulevard east of the previously platted Enchanted Hills. So currently, staff is working on soliciting design services to address those required improvements. A design consultant is anticipated to be selected probably mid-March to maybe third week in March. And then we can start putting together a set of plans for the right-of-way use permit that will be required by Pueblo County, as well to be used in an invitation for bid that we would put out there for a contractor to complete those improvements. So that is my update at this time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I thought we already approved a cul-de-sac.
Well, you're talking about improving them, right? They're there,
Yeah.
but they have to be improved to county standards.
Yeah.
Are they gonna remain gravel?
Yeah, all gravel, and we're looking at cul-de-sacs are a parking area, and we're kind of leaning towards the parking area that might be more beneficial. That would also allow a gate for district staff to enter for maintenance, maybe a pedestrian gate to allow residents to access that property and utilize it as open space. So we're probably leaning towards parking areas rather than the cul-de-sacs. But once we get a consultant on board, we can explore those two options a little more in detail.
Is that something that we put out to bid, or we?
Yeah, this will require 3 quotes.
3 quotes?
For consultants.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I have a partial document here that was sent to me by a citizen. Conditions of the public work approval for the lot vacation.
Mhm.
And this is line item 7. Cul-de-sacs for trailhead parking is line item 4. Then it talks about required traffic control on line item 5.
Yes.
And illegal access in line item 7 says 3, 4, 5, and 6 above shall be met within 6 months of the vacation plats recordation. Was that October 9th?
That would have been October 9th, and we're going to work with Pueblo County Planning and Development to extend that, because what they didn't realize when they put that condition in was that we didn't have any funds available until January 1st of 2026.
Okay. So we're aware of that?
We are.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions, guys?
Does this do anything to our water?
No.
No?
This is open space.
Okay.
So it opens up
I'm just in reference to.
water taps. That
Yes,
would
I'm just
been-
referencing it's platted as a bunch of, looks like lots.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we got rid of all of the lots. So if you look
Right.
you look at the vacation plat, what's depicted on the right-hand side
Right.
is what exists right now with the vacation,
Okay.
provided that we complete the contingency items.
So when we did that, did it do anything to water? In a positive?
We wouldn't have a need for water taps from a residential standpoint.
Right.
If you,
We'd already done away with that. That was already, they weren't vacated, but that was already designated as open space. So it does impact, but it wasn't really going to impact because
Okay.
they'd already done away with it.
Okay.
I would articulate exactly that. Conceptually, yes, realistically, no.
Any other questions, guys? Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Next, construction manager at risk and wastewater treatment plant expansion. By Mr. Kevin Niles, the director, or new director of utilities.
Brady, you have a presentation? Good evening, President Vickers, Board of Directors. Again, my name's Kevin Niles, I'm the Director of Utilities. Tonight I'm here to walk you through a recommendation on how we deliver the wastewater treatment plant expansion. Not the design itself, but the project delivery method. The delivery method we choose has a major impact on cost control, risk, schedule, and how well the project ultimately serves our ratepayers. This decision sets the tone for the entire project. Next slide. The goal tonight is fourfold. First, I want to clearly explain the difference between CMAR, which is Construction Manager at Risk, and the traditional design bid build approach. Second, I will compare how each method handles risk, cost, and schedule because that's where the real difference shows up. Third, I will share real-world experience from similar utility projects I've worked on. And finally, I will explain why CMAR is the best approach for Pueblo West specifically. I'll start with the conclusion up front. Staff recommends using Construction Manager at Risk or CMAR. We believe CMAR best protects district finances and our ratepayers by providing earlier cost control, better schedule clarity, and fewer surprises during construction. It has a strong track record on complex treatment plant projects like this one, and aligns well with the board fiduciary and strategic oversight role. I'll explain how we reach this recommendation as we go through this presentation. Stay on the same slide, would you please? This project represents a major capital investment for the district. As board members, you have a fiduciary responsibility to control risk and protect taxpayer dollars. The delivery method you choose now will directly affect the final cost, not just the initial budget number, but the total amount we end up paying when the project is complete. CMAR supports the board staying on strategic level, setting direction, approving key decisions, and receiving clear information without being pulled into the day-to-day construction issues. Next slide, please. Design bid build is a traditional approach most people are familiar with. Under this method, the engineer completes 100% of the design before a contractor is involved. Once the design is finished, the project is advertised and awarded to the lowest bidder. The contractor has no role during design and only becomes involved after construction begins. The biggest limitation with design bid build is timing, because the contractor isn't involved during design. Constructability issues and errors often are not discovered until construction is already underway. When that happens, the result is typically change orders, cost increases, and schedule delays. The construction can also become adversarial. Engineers, contractors, and owners end up defending the contract instead of solving the problems of the project. Next slide. CMAR. CMARs work differently. The contractor is selected based on qualifications, not just low bid, and is brought on early in the design phase. They provide cost estimates, scheduling input, and constructability reviews as the design is being developed. Most importantly, the CMAR commits to a guaranteed maximum price, or GMP. That means once the GMP is set, the contractor is financially responsible for all costs above that amount unless the scope changes. CMAR reduces the risk by identifying conflicts early when they are cheaper and easier to fix. Costs are continuously validated during design, so we're not waiting until bid day to find out whether the project will be over budget. Risk is shared, but financial responsibility above the GMP rests on the CMAR, not the district. That aligns of the incentives and takes key advantages. This slide summarizes the difference. With design bid build, risk shows up late, cost certainty comes late, and schedule impacts are harder to manage. With CMAR, risk is addressed early, costs are validated throughout the design, and the team is working together towards the same goal. For complex infrastructure like this treatment plant, that difference matters. Next slide. So I worked on a project where it was $22 million wastewater treatment plant expansion delivery using CMAR. We saw a strong cost control and very few change orders. The team environment was collaborative and issues were solved quickly instead of turning into disputes. The final cost closely matched expectations established early within the process. In contrast, I worked on a $90 million water treatment plant expansion delivery using design bid build. That project experienced over $5 million in change orders, along with significant schedule impacts and significant administrative burden on our staff. Much of that could have been avoided with earlier contract involvement. Next slide. The key takeaway is this: CMAR manages early risk. while design bid build pushes into the construction phase. Late risk also means higher costs. Treatment plants are complex systems, and they benefit from collaboration between designers, contractors, and owners from the very beginning. For Pueblo West, CMAR protects taxpayer rates by improving budget certainty and reducing the likelihood of cost disputes. It also supports long-term operational goals by encouraging thoughtful design and construction decisions, not just the lowest initial bid. Overall, it's the best fit for the size, complexity, and importance of this project. Staff recommends that the board authorize the use of CMAR as the delivery method. The next step would be for qualification-based selections process for a CMAR firm. Throughout the project, staff will provide regular updates to the board so we remain informed and in control of key decisions. So some of the frequently asked questions from a board. We offer to see a few questions. Is CMAR more expensive? In practice, no. While fees may appear higher up front, total project costs are lower due to fewer change orders. Do we lose control? No. The district retains full oversight and approval authority at every major step. Can we still bid subcontractors? Yes. Major trades are typically competitively bid. Why not just use what we've always used? Because project size and complexity matter, and this project warrants a strong risk management approach. Excited? So I thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions or discussions that you may have about CMAR as part of this recommendation in more detail.
I had one question in regards to it. Frankly, CMAR is the first time I've heard of it. But, I like what I hear, what I see. You've done both projects either way.
Correct.
How does that work comparatively with logistics on materials?
It really depends on, a lot of the times that when we did the wastewater treatment plant, the biggest issue that we were having was procurement of parts and the long lead time. So the CMAR at that point in time came to the municipality and said, we would like to do a initial cost analysis and do one GMP and then come back and do a second. And we said, no, that's not how this works. At the beginning, you did a contract, you signed a contract with us, you did that one GMP, that's what we expect. So if there's procurement issues or things that you are gonna have to incur as far as costs, that's on you. You signed up for that when you signed the contract.
Thank you.
Does this come about after the design has been done?
So usually they work congruently. So you'll have a 30% design GMP, you'll have a 60% design GMP, 90%, and then final. But the way it should work is that the CMAR and the design engineer work together to develop the project. So again, they're realizing the issues and making adjustments and changing things throughout the design process so that contractor can give you that guaranteed maximum price.
So can we, my question is not for you, Kevin, you sold me on CMAR. Can we do this for other projects?
Yes.
The whole time I'm thinking that.
So one of the things that, as this brought up, and I appreciate Kevin bringing this up, based on this experience, when we talk about this, it has been considered for other types of projects. Oftentimes, we have only compared design build versus design bid build as options. There are advantages and disadvantages with both. Understanding that we started migrating towards exclusively design bid build, at the very least, I think what we would like to see is a comparison with an existing project or an anticipated coming project with the CMAR program to show positives, negatives, and be able to take that data and then apply it for how we would want to move forward at the very least. But yes, it can be applied to other projects.
And the only reason I'm suggesting CMAR for this project is because it's very complex.
Sure.
You have a lot of moving parts, you have a lot of things, whereas you have a specialized contractor come in at the very beginning, they can address all those issues that might come up.
It's another person to pay along the way is an upfront cost with it, but it saves itself is the idea, basically.
That's the idea, yes.
I mean, has there been any, do you have any comparisons nationwide, industry-wide, to give us just the success of CMAR over 30
I don't have any,
projects?
I don't have any
compared-
nationwide
Okay.
statistics whatsoever. I know what I've done with personally.
Mhm.
And again, I do know that a lot of municipalities are starting to go down that CMAR route because they like that GMP, that guaranteed maximum price. They know exactly what that project's gonna cost. So if they need to go out for bonds or financing or anything like that, they can do that at that time.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds good on paper. The only question I have is what is there to guarantee that, you can do a guaranteed maximum price at 3 times the cost? You see what I mean? Is there a way to check and balance what we're actually paying for something? I mean,
Well,
this is
again,
a
that's-
$25 million project.
You're gonna have an engineer that's also in that project, so it'll be, you'd have the engineer, the district, and the CMAR all working together. So basically, that's your checks and balances, because you're gonna have an engineer come back and say, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense, you're way out of the scope.
I get
I think
that
he's-
on design, I understand that, but when it comes down to cost, how do they know what it's gonna cost? if
Yeah, I think-
nobody's bid it.
Almost like
Because
a,
they're going out, they're bidding it through that process.
Oh, okay.
They're going to their vendors, they're going out, they're
Okay.
getting bids, they're getting quotes. That's why they come in, again, they do it a 30%, 60%, 90%, and final. So
Okay.
so basically, if you were to look at a bell curve of a GMP, it kind of goes up, and then at the very end, and it drops down to the very bottom. That's how they come up with that. Again, they're the one that's taking on the risk and responsibility.
And the only change orders that would occur would be if there's a change in scope of work,
That's correct.
which shouldn't happen.
Good.
Okay.
From my experience, it doesn't
Yeah.
happen. It didn't happen.
So you're looking for direction from the board,
That's correct.
and you're recommending CMAR?
I am.
What's the time frame for, when are we anticipating this project?
Well, we actually have a RFQ, I believe, or RFP for design that we would solicit, but we would hold off on that, and we would do both packages at the same time. So we would solicit for the engineer as well as the CMAR.
Would it be ready before we're ready to go with it, or are we ready to move with it no matter what?
I think we need to move on it quickly, yes.
Yeah, I know that, but can we pay for it?
That,
Okay, do we?
currently, as it stands right now, no, we cannot pay for it.
So some sort of bond issue or something's gonna have to come into play in conjunction with the design of this. That's what I'm getting at.
That's correct.
so right now you're just looking for guidance on CMAR or design, bid, build?
Correct.
Well, I'm not gonna say don't do CMAR. You're the expert.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm leaving it in your hands.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kevin.
Oh, this is procurement policy regarding cooperative purchasing and C&D equipment by Michael Winters, our procurement manager.
Michael Winters, Procurement Manager. Good evening, President Vickers and members of the board. This discussion item revolves around language found at the end of section 3.3 of the procurement policy, specifically regarding not going back and forth between prices submitted via cooperative, like Sourcewell, and the district's own solicitation. Given the previous direction from the board to bid out equipment related to C&D, this language could be problematic if the equipment bid comes in higher than the cooperative price already given, as we would have to award based off the bid price submitted through the district's solicitation. It would be helpful to staff and general counsel to have clear direction on the language in question, as well as using cooperatives, which will enable staff to meet board expectations and respond appropriately to purchasing needs in the future. A point of clarification, NASPO and Sourcewell are voluntary, meaning that that language is not derived from them saying we have to do that. I think that language might have been derived from the state procurement code, which I believe the district has adopted but is not mandated to follow. We do have some other protections. I think it's in there to protect from kind of like bid shopping or potentially negotiating with vendors. Let me pull up the policy here real quick. In that same section, we actually do address not negotiating with vendors. So it states the district may not, however, use the prices of a state, NASPO, GSA, or other government cooperative purchasing contract as a means of negotiation with other vendors. So we're kind of protected, and we have that there. Then otherwise, yeah, just looking to get direction on that specific piece of language, and yeah.
So it's pretty standard practice that you can't use a bid to further negotiate another bid, right?
Yeah.
So that, I mean, that's just a standard.
Yeah.
So my my comment was, if the GPO contract is not state mandated, or it's not a state sponsored contract, does that make sense? Then then you have the opportunity to get other bids beyond that. And when you get other bids beyond that, it doesn't lock you into saying you have to purchase this, right? So I think what we had asked for at the last meeting was just some clarification and further guidance to the rest of the board who may not understand what a GPO might be, what it means, what it provides, and how it could save money. And that's, I thought, where we were going to discuss at the next meeting.
And maybe it was my mistake. My understanding was that motion for the urgent van got passed.
Correct.
The other was generally a conversation of follow the normal procedures as we would if there wasn't the sole source, as in the sole source had not been approved, put it out to bid and then compare the two. That was my understanding of the last one. So happy to still talk about it, but when getting that direction, that's what, when we looked at procurement policy, brought this up and recognized we wouldn't be able to go back to the sole source if we did that process and then we were stuck with something higher and then going back to it. So that's what we wanted to.
So my point at the last meeting was that you don't have to do sole source because there's already a bid. If you are a member of this GPO, you can utilize that bid.
Right.
You don't need a sole source.
So that's our, to the degree of why we're not going through the rest of a normal competitive bid process, we're identifying as a sole source because of the cooperative purchase agreement. To say it is sole source for the other reasons, not applicable. It is the cooperative purchasing agreement. It's just our documentation purposes to show that we followed our procurement process.
I see what you're saying. So can you, and the only reason that was brought up was just to make sure, and as you said, it's probably the cheapest price out there, but the reason it was brought up is just to kind of verify that, not to force them to, anybody to adjust their prices. So can you, when you put something out to bid, can you include the sole source person to give us a price on that at the same time people are bidding on it, so that they can all be opened at the same time? So that then we can compare prices, or?
You mean?
I don't think you can mix those two.
Okay.
Think
Oh,
of it
you
as
can't
like,
mix them.
think of it as like the county did a procurement process. They
Okay.
had people who bid towards it. Let's say that's not the case, but let's say that's where its cooperative purchase agreement is derived from. We could always open it for bid, and one of those people could still, that same person who did that, could bid to that. Can't require it to them, and sometimes the reason those cooperative purchase agreements or those GPOs exist is that they're bid at a much larger scale for which there might be cost effectiveness towards them. That's why they allow you to use those as your potential source justification. But right now, the way our policy reads is once we move to this, we can't go back and utilize that, and that's our concern.
Oh, once you get a bid?
Yeah, once.
If it's higher, you
Yeah.
can't go back to the lower.
Yeah, and
That's-
it's not required of us.
Change the policy. It's a
Exactly.
bad policy.
That's what we're asking,
That's what I
is
was bringing up.
recognizing that
Change
was
the
in
policy.
there, the question of, hey, should we change that? Because it doesn't look like we're required to have that language. It may have just been an additional step to try and maintain an ethical boundary. But to the subjective of like, that's not a requirement, it's not legally required. You don't have to have it in your policy.
Oh, okay.
But now that we're having a conversation about it after the fact,
Yeah.
the question is,
Yeah.
does that
It
rise
goes to the
concerns?
future, but
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it totally makes sense.
if, it's not unethical though, right, to not require that?
In our policy, no. It's just, think of it as like an additional buffer layer of something you're trying to achieve. It's not required, it's not legally required in any way, to our knowledge, and it's just an additional step that we, at some point in our procurement policy's life cycle, chose to enact.
I mean, you would think, and maybe all goofy in this world that we have today, you can't, as a government entity, try to find the best price that you can for the citizenry. It's a crapshoot. You're either saying this is the cheapest, or we can't do the bid, because, so you're kinda stuck. You don't get to pick the true competitive price.
This
Unless you do your
policy,
local procurement first and then go to sole justification.
this
'Cause
policy,
you don't have
hi-
to take you don't have to take their offer, right?
Well, if you remove this language, then you could.
yeah, this policy took an additional step that restricted, tied our hands further,
Uh-huh.
maybe with good intent. Not saying it wasn't with good intent,
Yeah,
but
right.
it's causing this complication.
Okay.
If it doesn't cause us any problems, I would do, I mean,
So the guidance would be to remove that section of the policy and move
Yeah, we need to
forward.
remodify that.
yeah, so you can make the recommendation to do that?
Yeah, I would recommend removing it, and we have other protections in there about not negotiating with vendors.
What you got, Carl?
We have a legal opinion here.
Yeah.
The only thing I would be concerned about is if the terms of our membership in a cooperative purchase organization require us to forego the competitive bidding process if we're going to be purchasing from a CPE or a CPO.
Well, you can
I
find that
haven't-
out, huh?
You can find that out, but I've never seen one that had that.
No, and that's what I was saying, the NASPO and Sourcewell are voluntary, they don't, you could bid it out if you wanted to.
Yeah.
I'd have to do research on other ones, but.
Yeah, I know for a state contract, once that price is locked in, you can't shop around per se, because the state already has a contract that you're bound to. But if this is a voluntary, that was that's why I asked the question. If
Yeah.
it's voluntary, then it doesn't mean anything. It's just a bid price available for you to use if you like it.
And state procurement is handled under a different statute.
Yeah.
Well, my recommendation would be to remove it.
My only comment is sole sourcing. I think we need to be very, very careful. It seems to be that's the trend that we're going down. We've heard it now for the last few meetings. I think we need to make sure that we're keeping open competitive competition as much as possible, because that'll get us in trouble if we don't.
I agree, yeah.
So just be careful.
Yeah, it's been on the last 4 purchase items from the wastewater department.
That's why I brought it up.
So, and it's just, it just kinda raises a red flag just because, sole source, you know.
Yeah, and just for everybody's awareness, there is requirements of what defines a sole source, and that is where Mike has told a lot of people no. And that happens because at the end of the day, while we're looking for, I hope we all would agree, looking for the best deal for the district, we wanna make sure we keep with statute and any requirements within our policy.
Yeah.
I think it should be stepped. We do the right, we go that avenue first, and then if that's not providing what we determine, then we can kinda go to the next step to see what other options there are. I mean, that's just common sense to me. We go the right, we go what we have in place, and then, and we allow ourselves that flexibility to maneuver in another way.
And that removing this language will allow that.
Allow that,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm. Okay. Yep. Thank you. All right, thanks.
Thanks, Michael.
Yep.
You guys have too much to keep track of, man, you know. Board agenda, board member request process and procedures presented by Mr. Hine, our district manager.
Good evening again, Board of Directors. Christian J. Hine, District Manager. Tonight, and I'll try to be brief, is we had a conversation about when board members request items to be added to the agenda. There are different modes or ways that can take place. I think it was not a concern if there's an informal, quick discussion or a not required to do a lot of research analysis request, but there have been cases where a board member may request an item and it does take that time and it's not specified, it's not explained what is we're looking at, and the concern that was raised, as I understand it, is that at that time the discussion is hard to be able to focus on specific topics. We find ourselves in a situation where had we been able to do analysis prior to or done the legwork or homework beforehand, it would have made it easier to facilitate rather than multiple meetings of trying to get to what is exactly intended. And so I think there's an understanding that there should be a process to make sure it's understood what's expected of board members when they do ask for an item to be added to the agenda. And a recommendation or option for doing that is to ask for the exact same thing we have in policy for staff, which is there are certain deadlines and certain documents that are required when an item is proposed, if it is going to be a nature of which there should be that legwork identified, so that way it respects everybody's time, the board members included, when we get to those when we get to those items. I'm happy to facilitate discussion, but this is just the concept of if that is the intent here, to be able to facilitate it.
I think the big thing's probably just D mostly, right? Staff report requirements. So give a summary, give a background, financial implications,
Yes.
I guess recommendations, and then for what the board member could find, if there was any board actions, or they could ask you guys if there was any on it previously.
Yeah, I think if a board member is intending to take something from cradle to grave, meaning they're bringing the issue forward, they're intending to talk about it, that legwork, in theory, should be on the board member to provide that information, summary, background, maybe financial implications if they can identify it, or if there are any recommendations, be able to put that in so that way it can be reviewed by the board. And the exact same thing a staff member would be bringing an issue to the board for. And that is specifically for more concrete discussions. And if I would use the liberty of, excuse me, this is a sign I've talked too much tonight. For instance, the remote work, having the conversation for it, you saw our analysis and saw that as the staff report and the evaluation of that. If that is the first time you were seeing that, it can help codify a good discussion, or hopefully a hearty discussion on some of the things that we need to talk about related to it. If it is, hey, I'd just like to talk about remote work or office hours, then it can become a question of the specific issue might become tied to everything. And it loses that focus for it. So that's one where it's a more comprehensive discussion is pretty clear to identify, and that legwork could take place to make sure that it's a fruitful discussion at the board meeting. Excuse me.
So are you really just wanting a time frame? Like if a board member wants to bring something that doesn't require a lot of research to a meeting, is there
I would
2
offer
weeks prior, a week prior?
I would offer the same timeline that's in here for any item that the board member could identify.
I'm having a hard time finding that.
It's page 1 of the policy, which is, I don't know the title of it, what you would see.
So I have Public Board Meeting Agenda Preparation Policy?
Yes. So under section 3, board meeting battle rhythm, it talks about the existing battle rhythm, what's required. So for instance, the distribution of the agenda packet to the board happens 7 days prior to a meeting, which means today's the meeting, on Monday is when we sent you the draft packet and agenda. We require that Friday prior, that 10 days is when we need the items submitted. So that gives a 10-day window, you're already putting on there. And if there was a requirement for a staff board, if it was a detailed discussion that a board member did the analysis, is asking the board to be able to do, it would be that 10-day requirement. What that avoids is the last minute turnaround and running into situations where it's hard to have that in-depth of a discussion on potentially a topic that required that analysis ahead of time, or just data identification.
So previous boards had, that I've been on, have had several ways of doing agenda items. And that was they had a meeting with the district manager, the president of the board, or a board member, and hashed out what was to be put on the agenda. Personally, I'm a little hesitant to make the board adhere to, because if we adhere to all this, it says that we're supposed to supply financial implications, recommendations. Is that right?
If applicable for the item. So if you don't have it at the time, obviously it won't be required, or if it's not required of it.
Yeah.
I think it forces the.
It could be like a ballpark too, like, hey, I think, based on preliminary research, this cost this. I don't think it has to be like a intense analysis of financial implications and scour through.
Yeah, but what do we, I don't know. I hate to see the board and the administration is separate. I know that matter of fact, one of the comments was that you should run the district. So, but, the board is an elected body. It's separate from administration. I just hate to see it, have to adhere to administrative procedures.
I get it that you need time. I don't think that things should be put on the agenda at the last minute. But to have to go through all of this, in order to have a discussion, because it's just a discussion.
Like I said, if it's a discussion that does not require a lot of information, that's not what we're identifying. It's when we get into a specific policy, specific evaluation, we're starting to have conversation that results in a motion that could have a lot of impact towards it. When we're doing that without the context, it feels like we are not, the reason staff adhere to that is to respect every board member and elected official's time and understand and give them information to be able to make conscious decisions and informed decisions. I think what we're saying, or I'm saying, is that I would hope it's a reasonable expectation that board members would do that for each other as well, to the degree that they can. It is not asking for comprehensive staff reports and analysis to be done, but if there is a concept of which, hey, I'm looking to do this, a good example was, you didn't do it as a staff report, but the indoor pool, as far as it, like the work that you put in, President Vickers, to be able to say, hey, all this came to this, here's what I'm looking for. That facilitated a good discussion with the board of directors. The ones that are troublesome become ones where it's like that level of complexity and we're sharing an idea for which there is no documentation, there's nothing to reference, there's nothing, even a summary or description, where it becomes challenging. I would hope you would not, if my PowerPoints are not the best, or my staff reports are not the best that produce that, I would say that the same thing would be expected of a board member, is not to go so far into the weeds or so evaluated. It's just to help generate a good discussion and be able to facilitate that without getting abstract.
So then would that limit the discussion if it's not in the material?
I think the board would then be responsible for identifying, let's give an example. If Director Potter said, hey, I just want a small thing, maybe he sends an email with summary, or he doesn't send anything at all, it becomes an item that's on the agenda, and something that's very convoluted, and something that's very taxing to be able to discuss because there wasn't that analysis or legwork that happened beforehand. The board could say, hey, I think this is getting a little bit deep. I think we have to give direction, whether it's to Mr. Potter, whether it's to Christian, to follow up with additional information for the next meeting. It creates you as the control mechanism rather than you're forced to not have anything for which you can evaluate. Did we do the necessary steps to prepare so that the item before the board for discussion is actually relevant and available for a healthy discussion?
I see what you're getting at, and I do agree that things need, and quite frankly, if as president I failed in directing conversations and directing topics, I'll own up to that. But it's always been done just simply in the concern of letting board members speak. I just don't like, and I would like to think about this more. I don't like being, as the board, being corralled into specific guidelines. I agree that there should be considerations, there should be respect, and there should be consideration for people's time. And I'm torn.
Yeah, I definitely understand. I can share one more point of order just for the reference. If you think of elected officials, the district obviously very small, but if you get to the level of state, the federal, and to some degree they may have staff or assistants on this, there is the expectation that if they produce a bill, if they produce something that they're going to affect, they often do that legwork evaluation, they provide the fiscal note, they do forms of evaluation. I promise that is not what we're getting towards or driving towards. But the idea is we all, I think, want good, healthy discussion, not limit the conversation as far as what can be brought up, but make sure there's a process so that way it's a consistent one that the board can expect a certain level of quality, again, not super in depth of it, so that way it's a productive conversation. But I definitely understand your point.
I think just dumbing it down, like item C, none of us even know how to do that. And I know you just use the staff one, at least I don't know how to do it.
That's fair.
Upon completion of agenda item, the presenter shall initiate, lock, and or route the item through the civic clerk approval process, but I don't even know what that means. So I can't do that. I think if it was just dumbed down and say, hey, 10 days prior, you need to have something as your summary, something as your background, a guess as to the financial implications. What is your recommendation, because you're obviously bringing it to the table, and previous board actions. I think if it was as simple as that, you know.
Agreed. It made it a lot more complicated for the set to get the same end result.
Yeah, so I can't remember if I put in the staff report or not, but the idea of like, there are some allowances if you don't have civic clerk access, for instance. This was just the policy that's in effect for the staff to use as a reference, recognizing that there would have to be modifications for the board. But first, just starting as like, here's the example of what we do. Is this with modifications available and consumable to the board and appropriate?
Yeah, and then just email to district clerk or whatever, however you want it routed or whatever.
Okay.
With
If
the timeline, I mean, I'm okay with the timeline, you know, notifications, presenters must notify department head, you know, we don't interact with department heads.
Yeah, Ken, this is, to be clear, the staff policy.
I know, but it says, the resolution says adopt.
For which, with modifications as a potential, with the intent to show you what we do and why it's required what we do. Understanding that board members, we're not asking for the same steps, we're asking for the same potential work to be put into.
Responsibility.
Yeah, exactly. But yes, if that is the pleasure of the board, we can modify a policy that exists and meets essentially the normal, I think, capabilities of the board as far as comes technology and requirements, and keep the same timeline.
Yeah, I would think a
Yeah, I
good
appreciate
guideline for us is not a bad idea.
I would say that this is what I expect of any board member, because this is what we expect of you, in all sense of purposes. I wouldn't go so far as to say we would have to be mandated to do so. It would just be common practice to do so by each board member, and I go back to the grounds that we do have a board here structured in a manner where the president, the vice president, and if they see something that's not, they should say such and say, hey, this doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Does anybody understand this? Can we take this and try to get it to another time frame, because this isn't going anywhere type of deal? Give it a certain amount of time, but I would say that the person that's presenting something to the board or to the public, that should have this information already done and have as a good analysis, like you said, the bills with the structure of the pool and everything. And he brought in that design, he showed the public, and it was clear, transparent with what he was trying to accomplish. I think any board member that does that. Now, if it's something that's requesting, like I emailed you and that information, requesting certain information about what we're trying to maybe have accomplished in the future. So those kind of things are you're going to present that to me because I've requested the information in a, I think, rational manner. I don't think I was, I don't know, anyway.
Very professional.
I'm getting tired of myself today. Anyway, but yeah, I agree. We should be able to do this. However, I don't want to say go as far as mandating, because we're elected officials. If you're going to have the rope to hang yourself with, sorry for anybody that's offended by that, then take away. And the elected officials will see the lack of whatever this person decided they wanted to do.
So can you put together a simplified list for approval next meeting?
Yes, absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And then just make it like a template, and then maybe send it to us.
That'd be beautiful.
Save it.
Yeah, you can do an attachment
Fill it
for,
out.
here's an example of a staff report.
We're on number 7, but.
Okay, Legislative Review Committee, House Bill 26-1095, digital publication for legal notices by Mr. Carl Kumley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Carl Kumley, General Counsel for the district. The Legislative Policy Committee got together with your lobbyists, and they ran down one particular bill that might be of interest to us. This is House Bill 26-1095, which allows a county or a municipality, and municipality in this case does not include a special district, to publish a notice on a newspaper's website to meet the requirements of publishing a legal notice. The bill would allow digital publication, and provides some particulars as to cost involved. It's designed to be a cost-saving measure for local government. It is not something I think would be very inviting to newspapers that look to make some portion of their income off of legal notices. But it would be helpful to the district to be able to publish online rather than in a newspaper of general circulation. So we're coming to you asking what your thoughts are.
Personal opinion is that not a whole lot of people read the newspapers these days, so we need to have other avenues to announce our intentions. That's my piece.
So what would you suggest, Facebook, Craigslist?
I would suggest
No, the
all
statute-
manner of
The bill would require publication on the district's website.
Oh, okay. So what are we avoiding by adopting this bill? If it gets passed?
I'm sorry, it allows publication on a newspaper's website as opposed to the district's website. But you just don't have to pay for publication in the newspaper. And it specifies the limitations on the newspaper's ability to charge you for that service.
Okay, but whenever I get sent a link for some type of news article, like the Pueblo Chieftain, there's always that little pop-up that wants you to subscribe. Pay for it. You have to pay for it.
There is a provision regarding a paywall. It says, notice available on a newspaper's website must be accessible to the public without charge, and the newspaper shall not require payment or subscription to its physical or digital print in order to view the notice.
But I know, I've seen numerous people comment that just when that pops up, they won't even look any further.
Yeah.
Because it automatically does, every time somebody sends a link to a news article, you know,
Why?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not subscribing. Move on to something else, you'll never see the notice.
I would assume that there had to be some sort of special link to that provision to where you click on that provision or the bill or whatever it is, it would have to be, it'd have to pop up and you could
It'd have to
read
be
that.
free, yeah.
It'd have to be, it
It'd
would be
be
a separate, it'd be a separate link compared to what their actual newspaper is. I would assume.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're just clicking on there and getting, hey, you gotta pay to get this.
I don't know that anybody, not many people read the newspaper, but.
I think you're still gonna get pushback from the Colorado Press Association on this, because you're asking newspapers, in effect, to publish at their cost, legal notices, and then who bears the responsibility for any errors? You know, particularly if there's a question as to what was submitted by the local government. I expect that this will end up in court before it becomes law.
I agree with you, because when my dad died, we lived in 7 different states. It had to be posted that he died, and anybody who had a claim against his estate, it had to be posted in every city or county that we lived in those states. And it was like over $800.
Oh, I'm sure.
So we're just looking to support this? Is that what we're looking at?
So the question is, do you want to instruct your legislative team to push for an amendment to include special districts within the meaning of the term municipality, or do you just want to leave well enough alone?
I say leave it alone.
Yeah, it's not worth.
Leave it alone.
Okay.
Next is, fire station.
Thank you for that.
addition
Ryan
design.
Sir, come on down.
Ryan Caserta, Fire Chief.
Good evening, President Vickers, members of the board. I'm back here this evening to present to you, as indicated from our previous discussions at the board meeting, to move forward with the Fire Station 1 addition. A design professional service agreement was needed to continue the project. You were given that information at the last board meeting, representing around $318,000 as part of this agreement. So what you have before you is that actual agreement.
So we wanted, what is it,
RS&H, or HB&A, RS&H.
Yeah, HB&A to design the fire station, right?
That is correct.
And then we were gonna put it out to bid. So my question is the construction administration phase. This is a pretty simple construction for most contractors. I mean, this is not, it's not like building a fire station.
Well, you got me there. I mean, it is a fire station.
Yeah, but it's not, there's no truck bays, there's no
there's
rooms,
there's no truck bays.
This is a dormitory with a kitchen and some showers.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, and a day room. This is like a house, is what I'm getting at. It's not something that I think a designer needs to oversee, because you're gonna pay that fee to your general contractor, who's gonna also be overseeing construction. So, that's the only thing I have. I mean, we're gonna pay that twice, in my opinion. Really, what do we need? We have he also talks in here of another blower for the fire station that's existing, and the reason was given was to maintain negative pressure. Well, you're maintaining pressure with the HVAC unit that's in the new building, not the old building.
That is way above my pay grade.
Well, you think about a balloon. Think about a balloon. You blow up a balloon and the air's going this way, okay? When you put pressure into this room, the air wants to leave through that door. Then that's what's happening with the dormitory. That pressurizes to keep gases from coming into the dormitory. Pressurizing the fire bay does just the opposite. Forces gases out the other doors. So I'm just questioning that, okay? If we need that for exhaust down the road for the fire station, that's fine. But I would like to kind of keep this building separate from anything we do in the other building for this particular project.
I guess the other question is it the pressurized breezeway between the bay and the living quarters?
Yeah, that was what he talked about.
Yeah.
If I may inject a little bit. So when we go through this, through the PSA and we've got something scoped, we're still gonna be going through the design process where we're gonna do, 30%, 60% sets and talk about the details of the design. But in terms of construction services, we need to make sure that the architect is involved, because they will be doing the submittal reviews for all of the materials that are incorporated in that structure. They will be doing periodic inspections, whether it's on a monthly basis, to monitor progress, make sure everything is happening the way it should be happening, or at milestones. This was a typical process that we had over at Fire Station number 2. Now, those fees are, I think, significantly decreased because we do have project development staff that's available. And essentially what they had done on Fire Station 2 is that they maintained some day-to-day presence to document what's going on. They coordinated QA testing for all of the various elements in that project that would not be
looked at from county building department or by the architect themselves. A lot of those things would be like the foundation system, the rebar that goes into it, asphalt, base course, those types of things. So, yeah, regional building or county building now will take over a certain aspect of it in the building. The district will be taking a look at QA testing from a third-party independent testing firm. And then our SNH will be taking a look at those things that are specific to their design to make sure that the intent of their design is being accomplished in the field.
I understand that, what you're saying, but that's generally the general contractor's job. He's concerned about what he's using the items that are specified in the design, right? He's gonna use 3,500 PSI concrete in the foundation.
Are they? That's
what our
the whole thing about having proper oversight.
Our guys can look at the cement delivery driver slip just like a HB&A.
Right, and we will be taking a look at those things, but what we're not taking a look at are things that are specific to the building itself. We're not the building experts in this regard. The architect is, and so we would like for them to take a look at material submittals, those types of things, that are specific to their plans. We can take a look at the rest of it that isn't covered by regional building or county building department. And we had a process in place with Fire Station 2 that worked out pretty well. And that was kind of the process that we envisioned.
I don't think
on
that
this
Fire
one.
Station 2 worked out very well. It was how much was it over budget? It was over budget.
It was a little over budget.
So,
Yeah.
I think that this is an unnecessary fee. I think this simple project does not require $61,000 in oversight from the architect. That's my opinion. I think that building can be built by the general contractor according to the specifications that are laid out in the plan. And we should be able to verify, I mean, there's nothing special in this building. There's no specialized stuff in this. He's even talking about stick framing, but potentially. So, which I wouldn't be necessarily against as long as we can figure out if it's gonna be cost effective over a metal building.
So, yeah, I think the Seymour program may be the answer to your questions and concerns, but I think, gentlemen, let's take this as a win. This is what we had asked for, right? After months and months of going back and forth. We have a separate building that adds the space that was ultimately wanted. It fixes the safety in the dorm room situation, which is what was ultimately asked to do. And I think we should just allow it to move forward and get a price on the structure. What other direction are you wanting for tonight? It's just discussion, right?
Yeah, so that we can move forward with getting this agreement finalized and getting things ready for a bid.
The only other part of this discussion that is part of the packet is the evaluation of the fund balance over time. And it looks like when it comes down to it, the potential for what this project would look like if you assume 10% design towards construction cost is that it would be very hard pressed or very close for the full project to be completed this year if it physically constructed could be completed this year. But it does look like next year it would be able to be without going into the negative on their fund balance for the fire sales tax, which means you would not need any general fund money. So that's just awareness for the board of timing and funding available.
Yeah, I believe the timeline was looking pretty much around the September timeline for bids for the construction to be completed, and construction would not really be finalized and ready to be moved into until the April-May timeframe of 2027.
Which would align with the
funding.
The funding.
Okay, perfect.
Right.
Thank you.
Because it doesn't sunset until 2030, so we still got.
Well, it's not, yeah, and it's not just that, but my fund balance
Right.
for the revenue that we have currently to work with.
So assuming it's roughly 10% of the cost, we're getting an entire new building for maybe $600,000 to $700,000 more than the remodel that was suggested first. So I think, again, I think this is a win-win for us.
I agree, so, when do you start caring about money? I mean, that's my perspective. We can say it's okay to give up the $61,000, but, I'll go along with the board, decides.
Most of them still pre-constructed though, right?
He mentions in here
I
stick
saw
framing,
that.
so I don't know what,
As a potential option, just because of the price of steel recently has been affecting a lot of their other projects. So he basically said we may not want to rule out stick construction.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean we have to go down that road. I think it's a possibility that if we need to do a comparison of that, whatever is the best way to go for our project, that's probably the direction I'll come back and recommend at the end.
how
But
does that change, I wonder how that will change their plans. They're gonna wanna know that, right, before they put anything out to bid. You gotta know whether or not it's gonna be stick frame or steel. You can't go with the steel frame and then say we're gonna.
Yeah, 'cause different load bearings, different load.
So, anyway, that's something to consider.
So is he willing to give us the cost in either direction? At the same price?
Michael, can you chime in on that, cause I didn't have those.
Or
Prefer we
do we
get
have
the
these-
cost from the
or do we have to be
contractor, not the
specific?
designer. We get the cost from the contractors, not the
I'm talking about
designers.
Design.
So we did the same cost.
318,000.
Design, yeah.
Either way.
Either way,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
Michael Winters, procurement manager. I think,
good old cost estimator. We got the crystal ball.
yeah, crystal ball. My understanding was that this was based off the prefabrication, but again, if there's comparisons made, it'd have to be, I would assume, very early to say,
Right.
very, very
We don't wanna
early.
keep spinning our wheels.
Right. But as Chief said, he would probably come with a recommendation on a change of direction.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think given the whole situation in the world right now, that crystal ball just isn't there to see where pricing's gonna go.
Well, let's- I think we just need a decision to move forward though, right?
Is that what you're looking for?
This is just discussion, this is,
But we wanna move forward, don't we?
Wasn't there a resolution?
There is a
There's the
resolution in there.
agreement right there, we need a signature. And then.
I thought I saw a resolution.
No? Okay, well, I had one prepared, so maybe it was my fault for not,
It wasn't in there.
yeah, I don't remember
attaching
seeing
it.
it.
Oh,
We
that's
would-
my mistake.
We essentially bring it back, as a resolution, the next one on consent.
It doesn't slow us down. How does it slow us down? Does it affect us 2 weeks?
2 weeks? I don't think so.
I haven't, our SNH hasn't said anything to me about, like, if we wait 2 weeks. I mean, the timeline
I
won't
don't think
start
it'll
for
be
2 weeks.
a major impacts, considering by the time it's ready for bid, we're into the winter months, and that's
Okay.
typically where the holidays come
Yeah.
and come in play anyways.
All right. You might try to get some answers to those questions before the next, the stick, the frame, what they think,
Okay.
get a few them out.
Yeah, I'll definitely try to talk to Tino and see if we can get some gauge of what his feel is on stick versus the metal
And
prefab.
Is it gonna be, if they stick frame it, is it gonna be stuccoed or still gonna have steel siding? Ask those questions.
Sure, absolutely. So are we coming back with a resolution at the next meeting then to move forward?
That's what it sounds like.
I guess.
Yep, just include it in the consent action item with the resolution, and it could be approved.
Is there a problem with moving forward to making a motion with it now, or?
I think when we come to contracts, we want a resolution to dictate it, but I'll kind of defer if there's a
I
concern
think
about it.
that's better practice. You can put it on your consent agenda next time,
Okay.
just rip right through it.
Sorry.
Okay, so we'll plan for the consent agenda with the resolution.
Yeah.
Already discussed.
And some answers to questions.
Yes, yeah, and we'll push those forward in advance.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Let's get it done.
Resolution appointing members to the Committee of Architecture, Mr. Sean Winters.
Good evening, President Vickers, members of the board. Sean Winters, Director of Operational Support. So at our last meeting, we did talk about the fact that we had 3 COE members' terms expiring, creating 3 vacancies. So those positions were advertised on the district's website. Applications were accepted through March 1st, and we did receive 3 applications. Those applications have been forwarded to the board for review. So at this point, the board has a few options. We have included a resolution in the packet, whereas we can simply add any appointments in those areas where it calls for the name. And so the board could, if they desired, move this to an action item and appoint all 3 members, or appoint fewer than 3 members, or delay the appointments and continue the recruitment if that is desired. So if the board has any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Do you guys have a preference? So we have 3 applicants?
We have 3 applicants.
And three vacancies?
3 vacancies.
And we didn't get a whole lot of response, did we?
Just the 3.
Yeah. Who are they? Can't find them.
There's an email.
Randy Lennon and Brian Lucas are 2 applicants. They're currently on the committee.
Uh-huh.
And the other applicant came from Julia Horner.
I know you had to repost it too to try to get more, right?
No, we did not repost.
Okay.
No, we did post it for an extended period of time.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the applicants for the 3 open Committee of Architecture seats.
Second.
I have a motion seconded to approve the 3 applicants for the Committee of Architecture. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
A question for clarification, should that be 3 separate resolutions, or can we add all 3 on one? We can include all 3 on one.
And President Vickers, I will mark that Director Roberts was absent during this vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on.
Does this take us to the consent agenda items? Actually, it's just the Civic Center Dog Park.
Correct.
And that's the shades, right?
Yes.
And she's going to forego the lawnmower for the 3 shades.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you want to present that, or?
I would just say that looking for the board to make a motion to approve the consent action item, which at this time only includes,
Number 1.
K1, I believe, the Civic Center Dog Park.
Okay, somebody make a motion to approve the consent agenda item number 1.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda item 1, Civic Center Dog Park.
Second.
I have a motion seconded to approve the Civic Center Dog Park. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Then we move into the sale of the district property to KRF Pueblo.
Do we discuss that now?
So, as I
Because we
understood it,
removed it?
you removed it from the consent item, or consent action items, therefore immediately following, you can discuss those openly
Okay,
and make a
my bad.
decision on it.
Yeah, no,
Sorry, my bad.
I just didn't want to vote no on all of them. Vote no on one. Chris, I think this is the one you wanted.
Yeah. So I spent a great deal of time thinking about it, and I just want to present my objections to this contract, the whole deal. So number 1, I have 6 or 7 outlined here. Number 1, the property belongs to the residents and it should be marketed. The land is owned by 36,000 residents of Pueblo West. The board has a fiduciary duty to ensure it receives the best possible deal. Selling directly to one party without properly marketing the property limits competition. If we truly believe competition is good, then the responsible action is to market the property and solicit competitive proposals. Allowing multiple developers to bid ensures the community receives the highest value. 2, limited economic benefit to the community. The primary product sold at a grocery store is food, which is not subject to sales tax in Colorado. Because groceries are not taxed, the claim that a grocery store will generate significant sales tax revenue is misleading. In contrast, retail such as home improvement stores, general retail, or other taxable goods produce significantly more sales tax revenue. If the goal is to strengthen the district's finances, fire, and roads, specifically, the land should be targeted toward tax-generating uses, not primarily non-taxable ones. 3, grocery demand is already being met. Pueblo West already has multiple grocery options available. The district recently made an agreement with another grocer which further meets the community's grocery needs. A new grocery store will not create much new spending. It will shift spending from existing stores, potentially cannibalizing current grocers. In effect, this simply moves money from Safeway or Walmart or now Sprouts to another grocer, rather than bringing new economic activity into the area or preventing leakage at minimum, which is number 4, economic leakage. Residents already travel to the city for certain retail categories such as home improvement stores like Home Depot or Lowe's because those products are not available locally. A retailer like that would capture spending currently leaving Pueblo West. 5, fire sales tax, road sales tax, and covenant enforcement. This grocer will not boost sales tax like a Home Depot might, and selling for $35,000 an acre shortchanges our district residents and its covenant enforcement. Which leads me to pricing 6, which is number 6. So for reference, we have an agreement before us to sell 22 acres for $35,000 an acre. Go through some recent comparables. Maverick on Pueblo Boulevard in Spalding paid $726,000 an acre for 2.34 acres in 2024. Kaiser on 31st and Pueblo Boulevard paid $265,694 an acre for 9.7 acres in 2023. Pueblo Springs Apartments paid $107,816 an acre for 18.55 acres in 2021. Big R paid, right across the street, paid almost $1.3 million an acre in 2021 for 6 acres. And for the bigger parcels, historicals, the Pueblo West Walmart, when there was nothing around it, paid $81,074 an acre in 2006, 20 years ago, for 24 acres. Southside Lowe's paid $112,000 an acre 20 years ago. Southside Walmart paid $348,000 14 years ago. Northside Walmart paid $900,000 an acre 19 years ago. Northside Lowe's paid $128,565 an acre 30 years ago. In 1996, I was 8 years old. Home Depot paid $220,000 an acre in 1996. 30 years ago, I was 8 years old, sorry. At $100,000 an acre, we're talking about a $1.4 million difference. At $200,000 an acre, we're talking about a $3.6 million difference. Department of Sean, how long can community development run on that for? How long can community development run on $3.4 million? Selling cheaply shortchanges the community. There's no urgency to accept this offer. Marketing to multiple developers will drive the price closer to market value. I believe it's financially reckless to sell this for $35,000 an acre when comparables show easily $100,000 to $200,000 per acre. So I think that we should at bare minimum get closer to what it's worth. But I disagree with the concept of the grocery store in general. I don't think there's any urgency to move this to a grocery store at all. You know, I think that if there's complaints about standing in line or dealing with rude employees, I think you just take that up with management at a current store. I heard that last meeting. Competition, I touched on that, heard that last meeting. And in terms of jobs, frankly, I don't really care where teenagers are working. I want jobs for adults. At the bare minimum, let's try to target someone like Home Depot so that we can increase tax revenue, something serious, as opposed to shuffling current dollars around the community. I really don't think that people are going to be driving from the walking stick area or University Park, if that King Soopers closes there, driving through 10 red lights to get all the way out here to go to our store.
Next.
I agree that the price per acre is cheap. I also understand that as we understood it when we started this deal, you know, that is a prime piece of land and still no one was looking to purchase it.
But that's
Whether
due,
it's
that's,
marketed or not.
that's due to point one. That has a lot to do with who's gonna buy real estate. The only reason these guys found us is randomly looking at our website, I assume, unless someone in the community randomly talked. I mean, most people don't know that this is an opportunity. So if you don't market it, how does anyone know? It's the exact reason that we're getting on the next item an offer of 20 grand for something. If we put it on the market, who knows what we're gonna get? If we're not marketing it,
Makes sense.
we're doing a disservice.
We have, how many realtors out here for the last 20 years that haven't been able to move that at all? They know it's been available.
Do they? Do you know that for a fact?
I bet I can ask any one of them and they'll know that that property was available for sale.
Oh, we had realtors that were on the board last.
So
Yeah.
I would look at how many realtors locally sell parcels like that. That's to be considered. Most of those sales are coming from Denver and Springs. Agencies that don't exist here. So my suggestion is, honestly, for all the real estate we own, put out an RFP for realtors or put commercial stuff on LoopNet, 10X, out to auction, highest and best. When we talked about competitive bidding at the procurement,
Yeah.
we're not doing anything competitively here. We're just giving it to the first guy that says, hey, I'll take it. The other thing is we're doing the cash in lieu for water and considered where we're at right now, snowpack wise. Water, we heard from the water department. And then the other thing going forward, we turned down those guys that wanted to do the development right across the street from here, the little patio homes, because we didn't want to do any kind of cash and we didn't want to do any kind of water stuff. So we're doing.
I don't think that had to do with the water, that had to do with the quality of the development.
No, that was something else. I'm talking about the one that was on, literally right across the street from here. You're referencing the one that was off of Spalding.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's the street from here.
It was, you know which one I'm talking about.
No, I do not, sir.
It was Lori, it's a realtor.
Kim
and
here
her-
gave a presentation, they were gonna put like.
Yes, they were sitting in the
40
back.
homes on 17 acres.
Oh, that was down by the wastewater treatment plant.
No, it was on Spalding, just,
No, Spalding down by the wastewater treatment plant.
yeah, just east of, Sunrise Methodist Church.
Nonetheless.
Down by the- It was on the other side of Purcell.
The other thing is, you know, it's all over Facebook, of course, that it's King Supers, but what kind of guarantee do we have that, I mean, how do we know these guys aren't just gonna buy it and flip it? I didn't see anything in the contract specifically that said, can't do that, they can go buy this for $35,000 an acre, do the same research that I did. I'm sure they already did, I mean, that's what I'm saying. We were found by an investment firm. We weren't marketing to all the investment firms. That's the problem. That's the biggest problem.
So there's nothing in the contract currently saying that they're gonna build?
I do not
I thought, I could have sworn that we had already gone over that.
I'm sorry.
I could have sworn that we had already gone over that there was specific language as far as what they were going to build on that land.
Yeah, I don't recall a provision, but I may be forgetting a provision. Let me just take a quick look.
So are you saying we offer them a different section, west of that?
We've already done that. This has been in the works for 2 years.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean that you have to do it.
No, but I think the $35,000 an acre came about because that's what had been getting that's what we were getting for all the other grounds.
Right, and that's fine if that's what we're getting, but that's the point. That's why I'm saying it's at this point, it's a disservice to our community to not just list everything and get rid of it. Because we're doing these deals and giving stuff away. I mean, it's obvious the market is getting something way more. When I was 8, in 1996.
There's more to consider that.
I
mean,
get that,
There's
but
a whole
I
bunch
can't
of
find
density.
anything that's, when there was nothing here and Walmart showed up, they paid $50,000 more an acre, and that was 20 years ago. 20 years ago. I mean, just in the last 5 years, what has happened to prices since COVID? This is our best piece of real estate. To me, it's insane to do this deal. That's why I'm pulling it off, and I'm no. We could figure out what we're gonna do later, but no way, man. There's no guarantee it's gonna be King Soopers. It's a concept plan that they gave us. It's literally called a concept plan. It's a concept.
Can you tie them to a specific concept? Have you seen their King Soopers Plaza in Fountain?
Yeah, I thought the only thing that wasn't identified were what the 5 plots were gonna turn into.
Reviewing the contract right now, my recollection to your point, Vice President Axworthy, is that did come up in conversation. I thought there had been a clause to maybe not specifically state it was this concept, but there was an option upon final approval, whatever their site plan was, the district could exercise a potential to back out, claw back, but we'll have to look at it, because I do not recall, I'm not seeing it yet. And if it's not there, then it's
So we
something
need to table it until the next meeting?
If that's not in there, I would say so. And it might take a second to.
I will let the board know that they do, everything that goes through them also goes through King Soopers. So when we submit something to them, it actually goes through King Soopers. There's some parts of the PSA that were changed because of the fact of King Soopers being the size that it is. On certain things, the wording it is as far as when we contact them and stuff like that. There isn't a general idea of what are going to be on the pads, but until the PSA is actually signed, they didn't really want to, they can't commit per se because the land is not theirs or under contract. They have done substantial cost into this with the roadway improvements. They went through for the submission for the roadway surveys and stuff like that, for the traffic counts. They have submitted it to the county already. So they have actually put some cost into this.
Yeah, we've acted in good faith at this point to move forward.
I don't think, I think Big R paid $400,000 for their ground, not 1.6 million an acre.
Yeah, those numbers seem outrageous compared to what we.
That may be what the building's worth, but they didn't pay that much for the land, I know that.
And also water wasn't a part of the deal. This is about $2.36 million in total revenue for the water and everything else. I have, like I said, there has been people that have called, but as soon as they find out that they have to bring water, or water is an issue.
But they don't.
There is always no guarantee for the board to approve water in lieu of.
But we just showed that we are willing to do it.
Correct, with this.
Back then, 2 years ago, it had to go through board approval. And it was a long discussion about whether that was feasible at the time. And now we've made it available to any entity, correct?
I think you market the property and you say cash in lieu is a possibility. I think you can put all that in the marketing package. This idea of just sitting back and waiting for someone to discover it and come in and swoop in and steal stuff from us is.
I agree.
It's egregious.
In
And so I
concept, but
think
what if we
just-
pull it for 3 years and you don't sell it? What if it sits there for another 3 years?
Value goes up.
Not necessarily.
So I'm gonna make a motion to move forward with the deal.
I think the only way I would, I'm voting against it, but the only way I would recommend going forward is, I assume there's nothing in there about King Supers.
There is not.
Okay, so the only way I would do it is to add something in there. Well, I would probably increase the price, then add something in the contract that after they get, whatever, certificate of occupancy for King Supers, you can option to forgive something off of it, lower price, you know, or you can structure it maybe as debt or something. I don't know exactly, but I think there's options. And that way you know what you're getting, because there's no guarantee with this. To me, it looks like they're getting it for so cheap, I wouldn't be surprised if they just sell it. And maybe they'll go through with it. And I have my objections to even if they went through with it, so that's where I'm at.
We can have them add something to the contract that says,
Oh, absolutely.
add,
Either, I assume it would be either a King Supers or a City Market.
Yeah.
Director, you mentioned a couple other items that you would want in there as well.
he wants a price increase.
I would increase the price, I think it's way too low.
What kind of,
Alright,
what-
2
what
years,
would- what
guys,
would-
2
what would
years
King
would make.
Supers do for
That's ridiculous.
litigation as far as the money they've invested?
Well, they don't have any claim at all right now.
They don't have a contract, but it's on them, it's like the other guy did the
Yeah,
same thing.
there's nothing right now.
Okay.
No expectation interest.
I sure wouldn't wanna do business with Bubba West if
If you back out after 2 years.
yeah, that's ridiculous.
Bare minimum.
Yeah, I agree.
I did, however, I could have sworn that we had put in the contract that they had to do, that it was designed for
We can get
a store.
an appraisal.
I don't remember seeing that in any drafts I've seen, unless there was an early term sheet.
I think I had been discussion before we had a draft of the contract, is my recollection. Still looking, but I have not
Yeah, it was a
found
long
that.
time ago, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to Brian's point, if you pull the plug on this now, who's gonna come and do business with Pueblo West when, hey, we can work for 2 years, get something done, and they'll change their mind?
Well, I think
That's
the
gonna
majority
be-
of that was water, right? It was always water.
Water has always been the big hang-up on this
That's
deal.
gonna be the whole, that's.
So as soon as cash and lieu came in place, it was smooth sailing.
Not
But
necessarily.
they should recognize the fact that
The
property
last,
values
the
go
last
up,
board approved the cash in lieu.
right? They should be able to recognize that, property values go up.
Sure. What do you mean?
What were we charging them before? An acre?
35,000.
35. We're tripling that.
I mean,
They're
I'm
probably
just
gonna
giving you
walk-
my opinion of what
they're
I
probably
think
gonna
fair-
walk away at
what
that
the
point.
value is.
Gentlemen, some advice? It's not in the contract that they have to build a store.
I can certainly
intent?
draft that language, that's not a problem. Before I start advising you, I'd rather not do that in this situation.
Gotcha.
In my dealings with them, it is very much in their interest to build a store. They do want to have it open to complete by 2028. They do want to break ground next year. That is something that they are moving forward with at this time.
Yeah.
Well, there should be some guarantees in the contract.
And if you ask me, who moves forward on a piece of land that they don't even know that they own yet? Or, I don't understand. Why would you do due diligence before you have something under contract?
Yeah, I agree, but you'd be surprised how many
It's on
people
them.
have done it and they come back on us.
Yes, yes. One of the major things is in order for this to work, they needed access point by right there where Walmart has it. And that was one of the things that they wanted to make sure that they had the, basically the traffic counts, all the plans in place and everything else like that. With that being done, were able to prove that they could facilitate that. Also, there's a second option that they have also included in order to have that access point. So that is one of the reasons why they did spend that money, because they felt very strongly to the point that if they weren't able to get that 3/4 access point across from Walmart, that wouldn't be feasible for them. So that is one of the reasons why they did spend this money. In all of my dealings with them, I do know some of the things that may go in there. They have actively put out, we have had calls from people that they have spoken to asking about the water. Matt took one of those calls. That was completely separate. We just redirected them back to the developer. But we have had other inputs from different entities about this. So they are moving forward with it. They are doing things with it. They're not just sitting on it. So, like I said, I think they're 100% in good faith with this. And
Point of order for
how
the.
much do we let it go an acre to Sprouts?
I don't know, I can't remember.
That's a different time. 2 years ago, it was $35,000.
Off the top of my head, I don't remember though.
For that
Sprouts
property.
also doesn't have to bring water.
Yeah.
So
I mean, do you guys know where Pueblo Springs Apartments are? On Pueblo Boulevard?
Is that the boxes that they just built?
No, not those atrocities.
How much did they pay for an acre?
I don't know. This is further south.
Oh, okay, yeah, all
Yeah,
right.
They're like blue.
Uh-huh,
white.
uh-huh.
So, what's a better location, that or where we're at? Traffic counts are higher on ours, for one. What's a better location? Where the Pueblo Springs Apartments are, with the giant high berm as their frontage?
Evidently, they thought that was, you know, and that's not comparing apples to oranges. That's high density living. You know, they're getting a lot of money per square foot that any shopping center is not going to get.
Multifamily is usually cheaper.
What they're charging? I bet they're charging $1,600 a month for a building, for an apartment.
I'm talking about the prices they pay for
Well,
land.
I'm talking about what they're going to recap. That $100,000 or $150,000 an acre is nothing to them when they're making $200,000 a month on that acre.
Well, and they paid $107,000 for it, is what I'm saying, which is,
Yeah.
I think I have somewhat answer to the question about where is there either clawback or configuration, and there's the only section defined is 3.3 for the subdivision that specifies during the examination period as may be extended, seller and purchaser shall negotiate and agree upon the configuration of the premises or the approved premises configuration. Prior to closing, seller at seller's expense shall cause to be repaired, be recorded, goes on, but it says failure by seller to record such plat as approved by the purchaser before or simultaneously with the closing shall be deemed a default by the seller's agreement pursuant to section 8.1, and goes on. I think that was codified with part of the conversation about how it was subdivided and making sure that either orientation or an evaluation of it. I don't think it captures a true clawback or captures if it's not a grocery store specifically. So that language I would say is missing based on what I'm saying.
Okay. So what's your recommendation?
I would say if the board, as I understand it, is interested in potentially evaluating a motion, but with that language, just table it for now, give direction to say we would want that specification in the contract, to say we would want either clawback or some clause that allows us, if it has not come fruition to what we're expecting, I would rely on a little bit of help crafting it to be able to have that for the next meeting and be able to evaluate, and the board can still action it and determine if they would like to adjust anything else, unless they're willing to say they would give different direction as a consensus here.
I would say, find out now
They're already in
if you're gonna
planning and traffic study phase, right?
they've completed the traffic study and they have submitted it to the county and CDOT. I have had email confirmation that it has been done.
Let's move forward in that way. I'm not ready to turn away a contract after 2 years of negotiating. It's as far as I'm concerned, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I would get a full.
I would just like to make sure that that it's being built
They
according
built
to the
store,
purpose.
The gas station, and like they presented it.
So as far as pulse of the board, if that language isn't there, would you be comfortable moving forward with a decision, whether it's yea or nay?
I would.
Yeah.
I think that's a consensus. So we'll add that language and bring it back for the board to review and motion how they would like.
President Vickers, just as a reminder, Vice President Axworthy did start a motion for this, so do you need to recall that?
I'll resend it, that's fine.
Resend it? Okay,
Rescind the motion.
thank you.
Westover.
The next one is Westover Homes. Now I'm in agreement with you.
I think Chris has a valid point as far as marketing the properties and moving forward, rather than just dumping them.
You feel the same way on this
Yeah,
property?
yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think, Mr. Mahaney mentioned that, why don't you just counter them? And then after the meeting, I was like, it's probably a good idea. So I was thinking just give them a counter and put the burden of proof on them. If they wanna say this is why it's worth less, then go for it, but otherwise counter them and go from there.
I'd be in favor of that.
I agree with that. I like the research he did on the previous, I know we're on another topic, but I mean, it's the same concept. We've gotta start marketing our resources better, I think, and I think that's something we should look at moving forward personally from these situations, to help, get us a better market value for our properties and our land use, so on and so forth. It's my thought process. I think we counter as well with this one.
Yeah, I mean, the other, I'm kinda going big picture, not, Christian's not looking, so I'll do it, no. I mean, if we would've just, in 1984, we gained all this land, so if we would've just gave this to the private industry in 1994, we might've already had a grocery store there 20 years ago. I mean, it's, in my opinion, we're better off just emptying it, giving it to the private industry, let them pay taxes. If they wanna speculate, who cares? They're paying taxes, and eventually they're gonna get sick and tired of that bill and sell it to somebody else, and eventually somebody builds it. I mean, that's what makes sense in my head. It's just, I don't see the need to just sit here and wait to get lowball offers and then just get sick and tired and say, oh, we've been dealing with this for 2 years, just give it to them. You know, it's like, plus, I mean, you never know. I mean, anybody could be sitting on the board, and it's real estate. It's, on that last one, it's millions of dollars potentially. It's a big deal. So, I mean, heck, even on this one, 20 grand, it's a big deal. So, I just think the best thing to do is to liquidate it and let private industry have at it. Let them fuss about it and figure it out. But on this one, I guess, you know, my recommendation would be to counter at 40,000.
Oh, I lost my screen. How many, are they buying 2 lots?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
And they're acre lots, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
They're closer to, yeah, acre and a half. They're bigger than most.
Make a motion.
Okay. A motion to, make a counter offer for $40,000.
Second.
I have a motion seconded to counter the sale of, property to Westover Homes at 40,000 instead of 20. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'll abstain.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Interested to see how that plays out. And then I'll form my official opinion.
Yeah. All right, moving on, public comments.
Good evening, President Vickers, Board of Directors, Bree Mignoni, District Clerk. We do have one that was sent to us this evening during the meeting. This comes from Macy Dilsher. I apologize if I mispronounced your last name. It's 655 North Canvas Drive. I am currently watching the meeting tonight, and I wanted to add my input on public comments on Facebook. As a busy family, my best opportunity to take part in the board meeting is to be able to listen and comment during the meeting. I am often trying to engage in this part of our community while cooking dinner for my family or taking my youngest to ballet class. I'd venture to guess there may be quite a few community members that are in the same position with trying to juggle multiple things at any given time. Having the ability to listen and chime in on topics in real time is invaluable to those of us who have a lot of responsibilities. I would ask that you please take this into consideration when deciding on your social media policy. Even now, I had to close the meeting for a moment to draft this email, so I feel like I am missing topics to provide my feedback. Thank you, Macy Dilsher.
Thank you. Is that it?
Board member, District Mayor, Christian?
I only had one topic. We had two surveys that were out at one time. One was the community survey, one was the employee survey. Knowing that they were kind of both coming to fruition around the same time, I didn't want to cross streams when it came to both of those being talked about, but we do have the results of that. What I'm going to ask each of the board members to do is just reserve some time. I would like to sit down. I'll share it in a full draft via email for everybody, just so you have a copy of it with a memo talking about the findings. But I'd like to sit down and talk and give either context or help answer any questions or talk about what those results as they formulated were before coming back to the public session discussing for it. So look out for that email, and then if I can schedule some time with you over the next week and a half or so, that would be fantastic.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Board members?
So I just have one. And it's regarding to the motions for the on-site employee schedule and plan. So I won't be here at the next board meeting, so I ask that the board not be too quick to implement, but spend time to fully understand the plans that are presented. Interpret that the best you can. Be empathetic to the impacts that it imposes, and provide a reasonable timeline for implementation. I almost voted no or abstained from that last vote just because I didn't like that 1 month implementation timetable. So and I would also say that the implementation for 100% on-site work may have to wait until we have the admin building constructed or some sort of other plan in place to accommodate the office space. So
Yeah, that's part of his plan is to try to find space for it.
And if I could use just that as, I anticipate already trying to look at it, and I apologize, that's actually what distracted me for a second. And knowing that there are certain positions that currently rotate, but they require full office space, I think that's gonna be the first hurdle, is figuring out how could we implement it without major changes. So all I would ask for is in that 2 weeks, it's to propose what that plan could look and the complications of it. So if that needs to be discussed further, if we need time to be able to say, hey, we haven't figured out a way to surmount this barrier, just ask for patience or empathy on that. Thank you.
I think that's doable.
thank you.
Anybody else?
I just want to caveat off what he said. That was really close, but I'm also a firm believer. You're working your work, and you're paid to do so. The community, that's how you were hired to do so. I'm also okay with, if necessary, to move. If you can't, trying to build those dynamics. It's a new concept. It's something you're trying to develop. I was a little hesitant on the 30 days myself, maybe a little longer. But that being said, if you can find something in the next 2 weeks, that's great, but I don't want to move forward until I really want, like, all of us present for that, personally. So that's just my thought process, and it has nothing to do with me trying to subvert his authority. It has everything to do with making sure, because again, maybe somebody's capable of doing something in 3 hours and they're done for the day, you know? I get it, but then that's the negotiation process, so on and so forth. I'm all about, time and family and so on and so forth, but you were hired for a position and to do a duty and responsibility. I'm about that as well, so.
Mr. Pastor?
I mean, personally, I'm more of a, you know, work at the office guy, but the way I see it is from this position, that's Christian's, the district manager's, role is to, you know, set those boundaries up with people, and they obviously had some instances where, you know, it wasn't working out, and they brought people back to the office, which shows me that there is accountability behind it. I think, you know, kind of it's getting late, I can't think of the word. I just kind of felt like we rocked the boat a little bit on that. You know, I mean, Christian kind of alluded to, you know, potential turnover and stuff, and well, it's like, okay, well, there's a cost to that. I think the manner that that was executed was rushed and felt kind of. I mean, I need time to process and stuff, so I can't. It's hard for me to jump to a conclusion, especially on something like that, because it's very. I mean, it's personal, because you kind of from Christian's vantage point, it's like he's given, you know, people the opportunity to work from home, and then all of a sudden it's the 5 of us up here that said, no, you can't do that, and then 2 years later, what if they come back and 2 years later the board switches out and says, yeah, work from home's fine, and it's just like, and I get that, it's part of the deal that we're dealing with, but I don't know, it seems kind of rushed on that deal.
There's some dynamics surrounding all this. First of all, you gotta look at, if we didn't have the office space available, why are we still hiring people that you can't provide an office space for? There must have been a need for that extra employee to provide that particular service. Okay? So, hopefully, with the new admin building, if we can get it in the design phase, we'll have room for everybody. But somewhere along the line, we didn't do the forward thinking when we were hiring employees. Where are they gonna work? So, it's not just the employee's fault. It's the previous board who authorized the extra positions. And then COVID came in, but we can't always lean on COVID because it ain't here today. Okay, so those conditions don't exist anymore. But somewhere along the line, we have to get back to the basics of showing up to work. And if you're wanting to work remote, then potentially renegotiating your position. So, and we gotta keep the office hours maintained. We can't let weather conditions limit us to our constituents' expectations when they're driving under and living in the same conditions to pay the salaries. It's not just us you have to answer to. It's the taxpayers. And there's more of them than there are of you.
Okay,
I'm not gonna say anything. Just, we're giving you some time to work on that. I'm sure the board will be forgiving, but I think the working in the office is kinda where we should go. All right, where are we? Announcements and events, March 21st. Well, first we have first quarter committee assignment updates, current assignments reporting. You guys all get your email that shows that. I don't think, Director,
We gotta
We're not on
add
the Desert Hawk
myself
Committee.
and Brian Egan.
is there a Desert Hawk Committee on there?
I didn't have one from the previous time, but it is on here. I put Brian Egging for, oops, I put it on poll, whoops, but I'll get it switched
Okay.
for Desert Hawk, but it'll be on there for this next
Okay.
time you guys report.
Okay. Announcement and events, March 21st, Kites and Coffee, that's Joe's thing that he started.
Are you doing reports?
Oh, committee reports, yeah. So it's not listed there. I gotta pull up my cheat sheet.
So the first committee report I have up on, highlighted in orange, is PACOG. That's with Director Roberts. That was on February 26th.
And I had tax services provided by my CPA already scheduled a month and a half before that, so I could not attend.
Not a problem, thank you. The next one is the Committee of Architecture meeting. That's President Vickers on February 26th.
Okay, so on February 26th, we did 6 single-family residents, 3 roof mount solars, 1 garage barn, 2 storage buildings, and we had 1, 2, 3 variances, and 1 hearing that was closed because the property owner was compliant on the date of the hearing. That was the Committee of Architecture.
Thank you. And then we had a legislative committee that was on February 26th. So that's President Vickers, Carl, and Christian.
I'll let you go.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. It was, I'll let Christian fill in the particulars, but there was one bill, well, there's a couple bills. There's an extreme temperature bill that would require labor and employment, employers, temperature injury plan for injuries incurred because of high temperatures. Then there was also one for legalizing prostitution. We oppose that. I hope that's okay with you guys.
I heard that was squashed, was it not?
I haven't heard.
I hear they're still pushing it.
I haven't heard officially if it's been taken off the list.
I think it has been taken off.
Go ahead, Christian.
Sorry.
The only other one I wanted to, and Bree may be able to speak a little bit to this as well, but the bill that was identifying Colorado Open Records Act, that's one that we were in support of because it extended the timeline and understood there's a difference between a genuine, maybe there's a citizen who's interested in quotable information, whereas a business might be using a procurement. It allowed opportunities to be able to extend the timeline for that, especially with the cases we've been having where there's been an extensive amount of it. Fortunately, that didn't pass, didn't make it out of committee, I think. It did drop, but it is something that I think will continue to probably cycle. There may be other versions coming for it, and a lot of it, I think, came from news sites or people who are in the journalism business that kind of opposed it. I think swayed the overall, excuse me, expectation of that one moving forward. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
I do feel, I testified during that part of the Senate bill. I sat there and I waited for those 4 and then listened to those against. We probably only had 5 that were for, and there was probably 15 against. and I would say 75% were all news outlets. And it was because they had the idea that those of us that are trying to provide the information on core requests are sitting on the information until the very last day to give it. But those of us that are in the positions are trying to get it to you as soon as we can. So I do think it's something we should keep pushing for as far as an extension, because even just this year, I've been here a year now since I've been tracking it. We've gotten 99 core requests, whereas the year before there was maybe 5 or 10. So it has increased dramatically and drastically, and they take a lot of time. And so it is something I think we should keep pushing for, because when it's needed for more time. But
And you charge them for the time that you spend.
they're very smart, so you can't charge the first hour, and after that, then you can. So they're very smart, and so they're doing it, in particularly one a day.
I didn't know about that first stuff.
Is there a repetition by any particular entity?
I will not disclose that, but let's just say there's certain people that do know their way around the system a little bit. That's all.
Thank you.
That's it, sorry.
I think that's it.
Announcements now, March 21st, Kites and Coffee at Civic Center Park at 2 p.m. and March 24th is the Board of Directors Town Hall at 5:30 at the Pueblo West Library. And apart from that, I would like a motion to adjourn or recess this meeting and move into an executive session.
5-minute recess.
And I'll cite the executive session 24-6-402 4B, Colorado Revised Statute, conferences with an attorney for the public entity for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions. This is in particular to 710 East Mayville Drive. It's options for covenant enforcement. And then also 24-6-402 4E, Colorado Revised Statute, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators, matters related to Desert Hawk Golf Course. Somebody just make that motion. We don't have to recite the.
I make a motion to go into executive session as stated by President Bill Vickers.
Second.
A motion second to enter into executive session. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.